Dreaming in the dark, we are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search for you, stay lost. Search for you, stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this.
Hey y'all, can you hear me okay? Or is it I gotta ask you first because I'll come back and messing up on this. I'm sick to my stomach, y'all. I watched that and I am fucking sick. I can't. I'm not gonna play it. There's no way. No way. All right, can y'all hear me better now? I am like extremely upset. I am devastated. I can't even believe this shit's going on right now. Like, it's got me fucked up right now. I am like, I'm sick. I'm so sick to my stomach, you guys. If you haven't seen it, and you want to join the conversation, I suggest you go watch it, but I am going to give you a trigger warning. It is awful. It is one of the worst things that I have seen in a long time. Yeah. It's fucking awful. It is awful. It is traumatizing. You know what? Now I see why his mama couldn't get past the first 10 minutes. Because, oh my God. Yeah, when he called out for his mom, I lost it. I lost it. That poor, but yeah, he was yelling for his mom. Oh my God, my heart. I'm like, oh my, you guys, what the fuck happened? Look, the protesters have already started. We'll turn that on. But there ain't no way I'm playing that body cam footage. There ain't no way. Ain't no way in hell. And I know there's people that are going to play it. And I understand that. And I ain't mad at you. Do your thing. You know what I mean? But I'm not one of them that can play. I can't play that shit. So I just cannot. Anybody that wants to pop up, the link should be pinned. Oh my God. I'm sick to my stomach. I'm just sick over it. I have the one where his mom was talking, and man, I'll tell you what, it broke my heart to see his mama talking. I'll tell you what, man, that was rough. This poor woman, man, and to have to see this happen to her baby on body cam footage and on TV, and
that murdered my son. You also disgraced your own families when you did this. But you know what? I'm going to pray for you and your families, because at the end of the day, this shouldn't have happened. This just shouldn't have happened. And we want justice for my son.
We won't have black officers treated differently than white officers. We want equal justice under the law.
hey, love.
Hey, what's up?
Deserve it. Ronald Green deserve it. Alton Sterling deserve it. Eric Garland deserve it. Pamela Turner deserve it. All our children. Byron Williams deserve it. I mean, he was killed for riding a bicycle while black in Las Vegas on video. And yet the investigation is still going on over a year. And so we have a precedent that has been set here in Memphis. And we intend to hold this blueprint for all America from this day forward.
We want peace. We do not want any type of uproar. We do not want any type of disturbance. We want peaceful protests. That's what the family wants. That's what the community wants.
How are you, B. Tim? Hey, Jones, and what's up, babe? Man, I'll tell you what, this made me sick to my stomach watching that. It was really hard.
It's very, very fucking terrible. I saw all three videos, and it was, I don't know what went wrong with them. Like, they're trying to tase this guy while trying to pull him out of the car. They chase him down, and then they like mace him while on the floor. They beat him up. Then when they got his hands behind his back, they start taking turns punching him in the face. I mean,
I was actually hoping he got away the first time he ran off.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate he didn't.
Yeah. And then they try to like trump up charges, reckless driving and some stuff like that, probably.
When did this happen?
January 7th, I think. Yeah, January 7th.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They kept it under wraps.
Yeah, I had no idea about this.
Yeah, they really did. So it was like the January 7th, 8:30 p.m. basically. He's suspected of reckless driving, which is like, how are you suspected of reckless driving?
Mm.
Like you're either reckless driving or you're not reckless driving. You're not
But
suspected.
that's not a reason to really pull somebody over and go after them like that, though.
Yeah. You know,
Like,
sometimes
it was
things-
aggressive from the beginning.
Yeah, definitely. I saw it. It was fucking terrible. Because you see like this sometimes. I haven't seen something this bad since that old lady that had dementia was beat up by that officer, and then they all laughed at it when they like threw her in jail cell, and they laughed at it when they were rewatching the video. And when she had like a broken wrist or something, she had like broken bones from being beat up. So that was fucked up.
What did they say he died of?
Let me see. Let me see, because they had to actually pay for the autopsy. It was something they paid. I gotta look it up. Declared in federal investigation. Let me see. I mean, one moment. I gotta check it out just because I saw the image. I'm assuming it's.
Yeah. See, there's and I mean, I know that there's a lot of people playing it. I understand that. I get it. I know there's a lot of people playing it, but I can't put it on.
Extensive bleeding caused by severe beating. That's what I just pulled up. The timeline of events are as follows. January 7th, a traffic stop with the fatal consequences. I'm reading from CNN, basically, so hopefully they didn't steal this from a YouTuber. On January 7th at approximately 8:30 p.m., officers pulled over a vehicle for suspected reckless driving, according to statements from Memphis police. Quote, a confrontation occurred, end quote, between officers and the vehicle's driver, later identified as Nichols, who then fled on foot. According to Memphis police, officers apprehended him, and, quote, another confrontation occurred, end quote, resulting in Nichols' arrest, police said. An ambulance was called to the scene of the arrest after Nichols complained of shortness of breath, police said, and he was transported to a nearby hospital in a critical condition. On January 10th, 3 days after the stop, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation announced Nichols had died due to injuries sustained in the, quote, use of force incident with officers, end quote, according to a statement. January 15th, police provided update on investigation. Following the traffic stop, the officers involved were relieved of duty. A standard department procedures while an investigation into their use of force began. Memphis police said that the TBI and the Shelby County District Attorney's Office were also enlisted to investigate. Preliminary findings indicated that the serious nature of the officers' conduct during the stops, police said. Okay, quote, after reviewing the various sources of information involving this incident, I have found that it is necessary to take immediate and appropriate action, end quote, Chief Davis said in a statement released in January 15th. Quote, today, the department is serving a notice to the officers involved of the impending administrative actions, end quote. The department needed to follow a required procedural process before disciplining or terminating government civil servant employees, the statement added. In the days after Nichols' death, his family attorney, Ben Crump, repeatedly voiced their desire for the release of the body camera and surveillance footage of the traffic stop. Quote, this kind of in-custody death destroys communities' trust if agencies are not swiftly transparent, end quote, Crump said in a statement. January 18th, federal investigation declared. On January 18th, the Department of Justice said a civil rights investigation has been opened into the death of Nichols. Quote, last week, Tyre Nichols tragically died a few days after he was involved in an incident where Memphis Police Department officers used force during his arrest, end quote. Kevin G. Ritz, U.S. Attorney for the Western District, Tennessee, said in a statement, acknowledging the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's ongoing efforts, the U.S. Attorney's Office, in coordination with the FBI and Memphis Field Office and the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice, has opened a civil rights investigation, end quote. Ritz said, declining to providing further details. January 20, officers named and fired. The Memphis Police Department has terminated 5 police officers in connection with the death of Tyre Tyre Nichols. Top is it's just the names, and I'm gonna need that. And
Yeah, I was gonna say the names. I believe are Dimitri. Hold on, I'll read them off.
Thank you.
There's yeah, I was gonna say, and I put it in the description of this video as well too. So that we had it. Give me 1 second. I'll read it off here.
Thanks.
Let's see.
Yeah, he was very handsome, man. It's unfortunate that he was brutally murdered by 5 officers, and it's taken them literally, 16 days, actually 20 days to decide whether to actually arrest people and charge them.
That's what's even crazier. When you watch that
yeah.
video, it just shouldn't have even been a choice. Your ass should have been arrested, period, right from the fucking jump when you do that kind of shit. Now that is serious police brutality. I can understand when people are like, oh, you ran from the cops, whatever. No.
I mean, they were macing him while he was on the floor, while he was being held down, and then they proceeded to punch him. And that to me is honestly like that they should have been immediately arrested.
Yes, absolutely. That was like gang jumping or something. Like they were just saying in the chest, like being jumped in a gang. That shit's and they don't even do it that bad. Like, come on, man. And okay, so one of the officers were Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin III, Desmond Mills Jr., and Justin Smith.
Thank you.
Yeah. And his name's Tyre Nichols.
Tyre Nichols, thank you. And then it says, after its internal investigation, Memphis police identified fired 5 officers involved in the traffic stop due to their violations of multiple department policies. All right. They were terminated for failing in their, quote, excessive use of force, duty to intervene, and duty to render aid. The department said in statement, quote, the egregious nature of this incident is not a reflection of good work our officers perform with integrity every day, end quote, Davis said. A statement from Memphis Police Association, the union representatives representing the officers declined to comment on the termination, beyond saying that the city of Memphis and Nichols' family, quote, deserves to know the complete account of the events leading up to the death and what may have contributed to it, end quote. Nichols' family, attorneys Crump and Antonio Romanazzi called the firing of the 5 officers, quote, the first step towards achieving justice for Nichols and his family.
Hey guys.
How you doing, Ellie?
Hey, Ellie.
How you doing? The two Memphis Fire Department employees who were part of Nichols' quote initial patient care, end quote, were relieved of duty, quote, while an internal investigation is being conducted. Quote, end quote. Department Public Information Officer Quinicia Ward told CNN Nadia Romero. January 23rd, family views police video. Yeah, so they view the video on the 23rd. He was like defenseless. Yeah, which is like, and they did, it was like, it was pretty brutal.
What is the outrage? Why have I not heard about this?
Probably because they kept it under wraps for a bit.
They released the body cam. Like there's like protests that are starting now.
Good. I mean,
yeah.
Depending on the type of protest.
I heard that 2 of them are going to plead not guilty. Did you guys hear that? 2 of the officers, I think Smith and Mills. I think 2 of them are going to.
Are they?
That's what I heard in this report. This news report that I heard earlier about it.
I mean, they're pretty dead to rights. They're pretty fucked.
I mean, maybe they probably all had body cam.
No, I've seen they not only have body cam, but there's actually
street
like
cam
a surveillance footage that shows it, and it is just he's got handcuffs on him, and they're literally taking turns punching him in the face.
Do you think all 5 of them? Do you see all 5 of them? I wonder if 2 didn't.
Yes.
Oh, I wonder why 2 are. I'm just wondering why 2 are pleading not guilty.
Well, I mean, they're hoping probably like they can get some, like, I don't know, but they're pretty dead to rights. I don't know why it took them so long to arrest them and to fire them. They should have been arrested that day. They should have been fired that day.
3 weeks. Yeah, it's been.
And I wonder, do they have other complaints against them? I guess we're
probably
going to find out.
Officers. I guess
I would assume this isn't just out of nowhere.
I mean, they should know that they're being tape, that there's video, gosh, give, like you're gonna get like what they did was just so
Yeah.
it
So
just and
so they were all charged with second degree murder for the death.
Mhm.
So they're all charged for that.
Bless
It's
his
not-
heart. Look at
because
him.
it's not like premeditated. Is that why it's second degree?
Yeah. Well, let me just look up second degree before I just.
I don't know. I thought premeditated would be first degree.
It says if you intentionally or recklessly cause the death of another person, you could face homicide. Okay, so.
Mm-hmm. He has a nice smile.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. I mean, like, I don't know what, like, I'm just wondering what their complaints were. Because sometimes those complaints are hard to get the information for. Let me see. These officers charged. What do we know about the investigation?
That's so crazy. I mean, he just got pulled over for like reckless driving, right? He wasn't even recklessly driving, right?
Yeah,
Even
well,
if he was, there's still no excuse.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, yeah.
Oh,
And then he took off, I guess.
No, what happened was they tased him. While for some reason, all I saw that they tased him and he ran off, and then they got pissed off that they had to actually chase after him, and they proceeded to fucking beat him up, and then use mace on his face while he's like on the floor and he's defenseless, and then they decided to take turns beating each other up.
What the hell?
And that
Like
one
beating him up.
officer even said, I hope
Not
they
each other.
stomp his ass.
Yeah.
One of them said that?
Yeah. The
Yeah,
white cop that was there said that.
I don't know. I didn't see that, but
It was when they were cleaning the one officer's eyes out.
Oh, you talking about the first stop?
Yeah, and then like
So they can clean they can clean their fucking eyes out, but not his.
Yeah, well, they can take turns beating a man who has handcuffs on his back like a fucking piece of shit.
Oh God, I'm fucking mad. I'm so goddamn mad. Oh, you guys, oh my.
Shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he took the fuck off, right? And they started cleaning their eyes out.
And they got pissed. They had to chase him.
Yes, but when they were cleaning that one cop's eyes out, the white cop was like helping them.
To it. Yeah, let me listen to it.
I was gonna say I can't play that shit. Fucks me up. I can't play it on here. I really just can't.
I'm just gonna listen to it, see if I heard.
I know. I mean, CNN has it on. I know that a lot of people have it on. I understand. I just can't. I mean, it's really fucking with me. Like it's.
Yeah, I watch it. You know, I mean, okay, so I'm just watching it again.
Bad.
Okay, like this is like complete escalation. Like there's no, just watching it, like it seems like they just completely went from 0 to 100.
0 to 100 out of nowhere. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like it was from
crazy.
Like one guy has a gun out immediately. It's the guy coming
It's
in.
insane.
I mean, he's pointing it sideways. I don't know why he's pointing his gun sideways like he's in a gang or something. I don't know what type of fucking training they're going with.
Oh, God, look at that.
I
mean, it's crazy. He lived for 3 days with
So
like
he opens
internal
up-
bleeding.
Yeah, he opens up the door, grabs him.
Yeah, he pulls him over, opens up the door, and grabs him, and tells him to get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, and they're all just like screaming at him.
When he yelled for his mom, that shit took me
that's-
out. No.
I know. That's I hate. Yeah.
Oh my God, I didn't hear that. Thank God.
They yell for their mama. They always do. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna tell you something right now. I went through something very horrific. And the last thing that he did was yelled for his mom.
So he's holding the axe. That wasn't a gun. That was a taser. He's holding the taser actually to his leg, like while he's on the ground, which is weird.
At the beginning, before he runs away, you're saying, right?
What do you mean, baby?
Were you talking to me, Queen?
Oh no. I was talking to Ellie. I didn't hear. I said what she.
I was saying, Beatum said that he was tased first and then he ran away, right, Beatum? Or
Yeah.
was they using a taser on him? Like, okay.
Oh, I didn't think he had a chance to run anywhere with them all over him like that.
Yeah.
Before they got him,
before,
they tased him.
Yeah, there were 4 of them, and they just completely escalated. Like, it kind of reminds me of that army soldier. Remember that video where like the cops came up to this army soldier, and he like this army vet or something. I'm trying to remember him.
He was 3 houses down from his mom's. They said.
Oh Jesus.
Oh,
Yeah.
that.
He was 3 houses down from his mom's.
Yeah.
And he was yelling for his mother, and oh my God, that just. Somebody asked if they're playing it. You can go to there's I believe the website. There's a website that's
I can. You want me to drop it like what I'm watching in the chat? If people
yeah. Then if they want to go watch it themselves, they're welcome to go watch it. But I just don't. I'm not comfortable playing it. You know what I mean? I know that some people want to see it or they can't find the entire footage.
Here's the. I'll drop the first. This is them initiating their arrest. The next one.
I got the link where it's got all 4 videos to it.
Oh, okay, cool.
So I'll drop that in the chat, and then yeah, you guys can go look yourselves or watch yourselves. I'm not comfortable putting it up here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're watching literally a man
really
getting beaten to death on live on live, like
yeah.
You know,
and it brings me right back to George Floyd. Like,
Right.
I think it's probably a lot worse than that because you have like fucking 5 officers, maybe more, who are contributing to this person's fucking death.
Yeah.
When he took that baton out and started beating him in the back, whoo,
like the Floyd one, you can argue 2 officers or so are kind of just stood around, but like this one is like literally looked like a team effort.
Oh yeah, they jumped on his ass. Every single last one of them was either holding him, hitting him, punching him, kicking him. Every last one of them.
Yeah, and I wonder if they were like trying, because sometimes these officers have like quotas to pull over, and they were probably figuring out like, did he have drugs? Can we like, pull him over? He's driving erratically, and they make up some sort of bullshit excuse like, oh,
that he reached for their guns, but that's a bunch of bullshit. That
I didn't see that.
I didn't see that. Not even one time.
Yeah.
But they should have never even pulled him over. I don't even think they had a reason to pull him over. There was no, probable cause for them to pull him over in the first place to initiate a stop.
Yeah, I mean, usually, that seems very excessive. Like you're supposed, I don't know what if you're reckless driving, you usually just beep them and you pull them over, and then you just like, can I have your license and registration and all that stuff.
Now get out of the fucking car.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
And not to mention, like, some of them just came up out of nowhere, as soon as they got there, they went over and started whooping his ass and joining in. It makes no sense.
Like a pack kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll put the protest on, but I'm not going to put the body cam footage. I'm not doing that, but I will put the protest on. Give me a second. I'll pop that up right now.
And Grandma Sherry said it took 20 minutes for the ambulance to get there.
That's another thing that pissed me off is
I
got there
too long.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They were like do. I just taking their sweet ass time. Like the fuck.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Stresses me out, you guys. It fucking stresses me out. You know what I mean? Because look at the world we're raising our babies in. You know what I mean? Like we're raising our kids in this world.
It's freaking crazy.
And another, someone in the chat said, how are we supposed to teach our kids to trust these officers when this is the shit that's going on?
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? And they see this shit going on. How are we supposed to teach them to do right? And you know what I'm saying? I've always told mine, if I don't raise you right and do, because I'm really strict and really hard on my kids. So they, you know what I'm saying? But I said, if I don't raise you, the streets will. And I'm not doing that. You're not going down the same fucking path we did. We're not having that. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah. And you can't tell a good officer from a bad officer just upon, looking at one or talking to one for a second. You can't tell.
No.
So how are these babies supposed to know?
Yeah.
All we can do is
this kid, like he looks like he's a pretty decent kid. He doesn't look like a thug that's out here doing, you know what I'm saying, shit that. Which, nobody deserves to be killed anyways, but he looks like he's a pretty good kid, he looks like
a little skater dude.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He looks like he's pretty, like he's a pretty decent kid. It's
Well, I mean, it just seems like a lot of times these officers kind of like they're not really trained to like how to, de-escalate situations, and they just escalate them to the point where they're pulling out tasers and pepper spray, and they just use that immediately, and they think that's an appropriate response. That's not an appropriate response. I mean, like I remember like a fucked up version I saw was like a guy who's like drunk, right? And he was in the police station. And they just, and he pours, like rubbing alcohol on himself, like, like that disinfectant sanitation. The
sanitizer, yeah.
He does that, and they don't realize that when you shoot someone with a taser, it causes a spark, and it lit him on fire. And instead of running to help him, they ran away from him while he's on fire, and eventually he comes off of the fire while he's still burning. They come out and they try to stick handcuffs on him while he's recovering from being burnt alive by that action.
Are you so what?
Yes.
Oh
I saw the video. I remember I seen that video, and I was like, oh my! And that guy died, by the way. He died a couple of days later or a week later from his injuries. But people don't really, like, a lot of these cops don't. They just escalate things way too quickly, or they don't think. It's the same thing with people who have gasoline. A lot of times I've seen, like, I heard of a situation where, like, some guy was lit on fire because he tased them because they don't realize it causes a spark. So, yeah. Yeah, I watched them all, Nick. It was pretty fucking bad. I don't know. There's no excuse for their actions. I honestly think they should have been arrested right there. As soon as they reviewed it, they should have arrested them. But of course, they have to worry about their union rep and, like, procedures and how they can be fired and stuff like that. But what they did was clearly criminal. It was really, really criminal.
When it's cops, it's like such a different kind of investigation that needs to happen, right? Like first, or like concurrent with it, because like you said, they all have reps and everything.
Yeah, but the thing is like, this is clearly. I mean,
yeah, no. I mean, it's just interesting that two are, like, they were reporting that two were gonna,
like, and then like how everyone just kind of like helped out these guys. Like, no one tried to stop these guys from continuing their bad behavior,
Yeah.
That's the shocking thing of all. Like, the 5 officers did it, but there's other officers that like kind of fucking did nothing while they came on the scene.
Yeah.
And this guy gets beaten to death in the middle of the streets, in the middle of fucking all this.
Nothing.
Hey, love, how are you?
Hi, Voices.
Austin, I knew you guys were watching this back in the backstage with that girl, but I can't play it. That's bad.
Yes.
No, honey, I wouldn't recommend playing it.
Yeah, you're not going to get much. I mean, like, you're just going to see like the same. People can watch it themselves, but like, this is literally seeing a guy getting beaten to death.
Yes.
On a video camera,
and then watching him die slowly.
And it's very brutal.
Yeah. It's not.
Out of a 10, it's an 11. Let's put it that way, guys. It's that bad.
Well, I mean, I saw a guy literally burned like to death on.
Because well, that one in regards to like a cop on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would say the guy burning to death.
Oh, it was police brutality?
Yes. Yeah, a guy came in drunk. He poured sanitation thing on him, and they shot him with a taser, and he was burning.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and then they decided to try to handcuff him while he was screaming, "Please don't do that to me." So
they started their marching in Sacramento.
I heard Georgia's burning. Is that true?
Yeah, Georgia's got fires and the National Guard in.
Yep, I'm gonna pull it up here in a second, but they're gonna get buck ass wild. I knew it was gonna happen. I mean, this is gonna send fucking people over the edge. And he was down from his mom. Yeah, this is gonna send people over the edge.
Yeah, that was really brutal. My soul literally hurts after watching that.
Hell yeah, I think we all are, man. It's fucked up. It is fucked up.
Our live figures right now. This is the march happening in Sacramento right now, led by Devontae.
I'm sorry, go ahead, baby.
I sent you a lineup photo of the cops with their before and mugshot photos and names, and I also sent you a collage of Tyre if you would like to use any of it.
Do we know if there's that girl Do you know if there's like any past complaints from these officers, or is that not released?
That has yet to be released, but what we do know is that this
Okay,
unit.
wait. You hold on. You did a full a full workup on this whole case earlier today. Will you drop your
Yes,
link for
ma'am.
that video so if people want to go watch that? Because it had a lot of.
It's on private, but it'll be out tomorrow, so I'll link you so you can post it on your community tab.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
the unit
I
that
just
they're
wish that people can go watch that and get some details. You know, because
Yes,
you and
ma'am.
Percival did really good.
Yeah, the unit that they are a part of, there is actual complaints against. But as far as those 5 officers, well, they're only 5 of 40, but there are complaints against them because they're not governed properly. It really seems they're kind of unorganized, and they tend to be, what's the word? Like vigilante almost.
Oh, Jesus.
They like,
That's what it looked like.
it is wild. What we read earlier. I'm sorry if I'm stuttering, you guys. That was fucking earth shattering. Like
We just
Well, you're watching a guy get beaten to death on a video.
I cried.
Well, and we saw it from 4 different angles.
Into the streets. Santo nightclub right there. That's where some of the people involved in the mass shooting spent that night in a whole separate incident. But Stevante's saying we need to stop the mass killings too. But they are marching through the streets of Sacramento right now after reviewing the video, which the Memphis Police Department released about 42 minutes ago, showing by all accounts horrific, heinous acts on behalf of police officers who pulled over Sacramento's Tyre Nichols.
Why did they release it?
Because they have to.
I know they have to, but like, I don't know. I guess it.
No, I think it was the proper
They
thing
should
to
have
do.
brought the
His
National Guard out
family
before.
wanted it out. His
No, I know.
family wanted it out.
I know. But shouldn't they like station National Guard in certain areas beforehand?
are.
Yeah, I know they are now.
Memphis
they
had
did.
National Guard in
They did it beforehand?
Yes.
They've
Before they
been
released-
preparing for this since Tuesday, honey.
Jesus, Christopher Columbus.
I actually watched a press conference earlier today. All of the big city police were in like this big old cooperation, almost, I guess you'd call massive conference call organizing. We mean like Atlanta, Dallas, you're going to have LA, New York. Like there's a bunch of people that were in on this, especially in the surrounding state area.
Philadelphia, Chicago, St. Louis, Minneapolis,
Well,
Dallas.
Oh, those ones for sure, but and all the ones in the surrounding agency, they've been. I guess the parents probably saw the footage Monday or Tuesday. Forgive me, it was one of those 2 days, and then they have been preparing not only the final evidence that they need from these videos for trial, but the cities for its release. And of course, they waited until after peak traffic time to release it.
Oof. Well, they got everything together beforehand. I thought they was just like a quick.
No, they know better than to do that. They know the situation because people are going to be very angry.
Especially after the George Floyd, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is significantly worse than that because this is literally like 5 officers deciding.
That's what we were talking about back there.
Well, George, I wouldn't say it's significantly worse because they both died, but
yeah,
George Floyd was significantly peaceful compared.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you for correcting.
I'm not trying to even correct you. I'm just saying, like, I think the difference is it was peaceful.
Yeah.
Whatever compared to this, like, this is like we're watching a gang initiation where you die.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just fucking
and
terrible.
there's definite misconduct. Like
it was like high school kids jumping somebody is what it reminded me of.
Yeah. And the other kids circle around, right?
Yeah, and watch.
Yep, they feed off each other's energy, basically.
Mm-hmm, like fucking dogs. Mm-hmm. I don't know, you guys. We did do the timeline and stuff today. This is pretty swift justice, considering the fact that he passed away on the 10th. We are the 27th. They were arrested yesterday. That's 16 days. That's pretty quick. And if people are already burning shit down, I bet we will see a speedy trial. If they don't plea, I mean, look at all the evidence that we just looked at. Maybe they'll plead guilty and get like whatever, but I don't know.
4 bonded out, correct? So I
Yes,
wonder if
4
people are going to their homes and trying to find them.
I'm sure they're fucking looking for him. Are you kidding?
Right? I would imagine they would have to.
Lord, I hope they're hidden away well.
I think I would have stayed in jail full. Like,
Right.
I'm just saying, you have better odds staying alive in segregation than you do out in the streets. Shit.
Oh no, they don't.
I don't think
No,
that.
I
don't think so.
Listen, they're cops. Nobody's gonna fuck with them whatsoever. There's no race. Anybody that's gonna fuck with them, I'd be a prime target in there.
Hey, okay. Where did this happen?
Memphis.
Yeah.
So why is Georgia burning?
Because
well, why is California in the streets, and why is Minnie getting started up?
Because it's been it was just released today, literally.
Yes, literally 2 hours ago, almost on the dot.
Oh my God! I seen you covering it.
Yeah, have you seen it?
Yes, it's disgusting.
That's why people are freaking out, girl.
Yeah, I just didn't correlate the two.
And what you don't realize is that how many other people who were unreportedly brutalized by, this department probably. And
well, there are complaints against that unit, just not a detailed report yet.
Yeah.
A couple of days before. Yeah, a couple of days before a 66-year-old man.
Yeah.
Did you guys catch at the end when we were watching it, and at the end it looks like the officers, they walk over and they start talking, and they say something like they point that way. Who's in custody? What? You guys remember that part? I know voices you remember.
I don't recall that part.
Okay, so what said
video
was
4 at approximately the 17-minute mark of video 4. Go ahead, voices.
Okay, what he says is, how can he, on the radio, they hear another officer radioing in saying we have one in custody. And the other officer that's on site says, how can they have one in custody when we've got him right here?
I heard really weird. Have the one in custody, and then I could not make out the rest, but the rest of that I heard the same. Yes, ma'am.
That girl, did you hear the one officer say, I hope they stomp him out? Or something like that. I hope they stomp him down or something like that.
Stomp his ass.
Yeah, when they found out that one of the other team members, I guess, I don't know.
One guy made pepper sprayed himself.
Yeah, it was when they were washing.
2 people got peppered sprayed.
Yeah.
At the first encounter, a cop got it. At the first encounter, a cop got it, and at the second encounter, a cop got it.
Yeah, the cop actually went to go. He had it pointed at himself and sprayed it actually in his own face.
Well, they were so worried about beating the fuck out of him, they weren't fucking being safe. Now, were they?
Yeah, remember afterwards he freaking rages because he's so mad. It's he makes himself and he comes up with the baton.
Yep.
Detective Juan, I wouldn't say that necessarily. I would say that police are supposed to be your friend, but
will you read?
Just don't know.
Will you read comments too? Because I can't see the chat. So when y'all just reply, I feel left out because I can't see it. I'm just being honest. I want to know.
Ben Trump is an American hero. He's a phenomenal attorney on these murder by cop cases. He is.
I know, moved up.
Hang on. Oh, good Lord.
He is on the case that a cop straight up shot a black man in the back of the head while he's face down.
Team members laugh out loud. You mean gang members? No, I don't know what you would call fellow officer. Whatever.
Okay, so it says here Tyre Nichols, assuming this is all correct. Tyre Nichols was a 29-year-old man. He was the father of a 4-year-old son. At the time of his death, he worked for FedEx. Nichols was raised in Sacramento, California, and moved to Memphis, Tennessee in 2020.
Oh, Memphis is bad, period. But I didn't. Oh, God.
It's tragic.
The officers involved had 3 to 6 years of experience, and I'm already seeing a few details that are off here. They were all members of a 50-person hotspot policing unit known as Scorpion. I read earlier today that there was only 40 in the unit, but that was also more about the time of its conception, so who fucking knows. But that stands for Street Crimes Operation to Restore Peace in Our Neighborhoods. For anybody that doesn't know that. The officers...
I think they failed in that duty.
Yeah, the team is to deal with serious crimes. The officers drive unmarked cars and dress in plain clothing, wearing bulletproof vests marked police. The Memphis chief of police has since called for a review of the Scorpion unit. So they are currently under review. And I know the DA has only been in office 5 months. And one of the big things that he ran on was having a review board to review the reviews, basically, not those exact words. So they really, they're under a big microscope right now.
Yeah, okay. Well, Cody.
Real Lady Justice is in here, Queen. Do
The
you
link,
want-
The link, I was gonna say, the link should be pinned. I dropped it again. You know, we love her coming up. We had a couple questions for her too. Idaho case, didn't we? I forgot. I was like, man, I was in here. But you know,
what they were.
About like
she's got a
you know about Ann
You need
Taylor
room,
being-
Queen. I'll hop down if you need room.
I can as well if you need room.
we got enough room, but if you got to hop down, it's up to you guys, you know.
I don't know
If we need. I'll hop down because that girl should be up here because she knows a lot more about this case than everyone here.
I
so
can't
she's-
see how many people are even up here, so I don't know.
There are slots left, so
Okay, then we're good.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah. This didn't. Real Lady Justice says this didn't just start happening. It's cameras that are finally holding these bad cops responsible.
Exactly.
I agree. Yeah.
I can't. You know, because my job.
Because now there's proof of
yeah.
it. You know.
But
Real
yeah,
Lady
I
Justice,
agree.
you know you love.
Hey, everybody. It's been a really,
Hey.
We always love you coming up.
it's been a really, really long week. I haven't really kept up with much, but this is like deja vu for me. I told you the last time I was up, I had one of these in my city, and in my city it was a traffic stop just like this but it was 8:30ish in the morning.
Oh wow.
Cop saw the black man in the car with, somebody else, did a U-turn and, stopped him, and he, took off kind of running just like this. And cop was white cop, rookie kind of, I say rookie, 5 years experience, and completely ill-equipped to deal with any kind of resistance. Chased him, tried doing the tase, missed him twice, was on top of him.
Wow.
Face down, on top of him, and shot him right in the back of the head.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Surprise.
In a residential neighborhood, and even after somebody,
What
came out,
initiated the stop, ma'am? Can you tell us what initiated the stop? Like, why did they
he
decide
said,
to stop?
he said that his tag on his vehicle was wrong. But we saw, so in that case, being a white female, the family, went in and, tried to get answers from the police department immediately after it happened, right? They found out that their son, was shot, didn't know the details. And given the fact that my city has had problems now for as long as I've been an attorney, so over 30 years, and it doesn't matter who it is. And a lot of times it's the local African-American, attorney here that's very well known for police brutality cases, but he just always settled them. So I had a African-American commissioner, the only one in the county that, is brown skinned, and called Ben Crump. So Ben Crump came in on the case with another attorney, and working that case, and he's absolutely phenomenal. He's got he is just so real, and in a case like this, you don't want to ever hijack somebody's cause. So I deliberately made the decision to hey, it's a little bit different if you're a local attorney blowing this up versus pulling in somebody national. So we had the same things that are happening right now happen, with the, although not as quick with the charge, not as quick with the charge at all. They held it for actually quite a long period of time. And the difference in the case was, there was the passenger in his car got out of the car and was videotaping it on his phone. If we didn't have that, there were no other cameras. The body cam that's required to be worn, and a lot of places don't have them because they're expensive, but there's no reason because you can get federal funding for them. But what happened was, when the actual, down on the ground shooting happened, his body cam somehow mysteriously went off.
Or
Yeah,
like
so
sometimes.
that didn't catch it, but the passenger in the car that got out is the one that got it. But guys, this is like, this has got to stop. Now, I don't know, you guys are all on top of this kind of stuff a little bit more than I am. I don't know that I remember ever a case where it was black officers on a black man that did this. That was so high profile, I should say.
Did the guy that was, I could be remembering incorrectly, so I need to look it up. But one case that comes to mind where there may have been a black officer involved was a gentleman in New York that was killed for selling cigarettes. But I can't remember his name because there's been so.
I know. I think I know it. That case I think settled for like $4 million or something like that.
What was his name? Let me look it up. Also, do you feel?
So
I feel like this is a very quick charging.
Eric Garner?
Yeah, I know that face. Yes, that's face.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw the face all tonight. Yep.
Listen, this officer that's involved, Demetrius Haley. Can you guys see him on the screen?
Yeah, ma'am. See it.
Yep.
Demetrius Haley. He's had previous charges and stuff against him. Like, let's see here. MPD officer involved in Tyre Nichols' death previously beat an inmate unconscious in a lawsuit claims. So he's been involved in stuff prior to this.
So a lot of times what happens with these cases, and I can speak with where I live, is it's your mayor, the police are in most of these police brutality and killings, murders by cop. They are traffic stops, right? And they're done in the cities where the cities are run by mayors, right? Mayors in some places, most places now, there's like some term limits, or they limit how long they can serve. But the city police are managed by the mayor or the mayor system and a city manager and their union. So the relationship with the mayor and the city government and the police and the union is what allows, some of this stuff to continue. In addition to that, the local police departments have what they call internal affairs. And what's happening with these police, murders by cops is that they are now moving away from internal affairs into having civilian review boards. And it sounds like basic common sense, but the fight to get those is kind of has been ridiculous.
Really, Justice Steve. Also, sometimes I heard this one case where they actually had the body cam and they purposely put, like, they misnamed the files so it would be harder to find, and they would put it in and they would hope that it would eventually delete itself over time. I think it was during like an old lady that was stopped, and like she had dementia, and this police officer just walked up to her and started like kind of like roughed her up to the point where she broke her wrist, and basically like when she didn't even take her to the hospital, just threw her in jail. And then they all watched the video and laughed while watching it in their court in the police station. The other officers.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't understand, and I think I heard part of Ben's press conference earlier, and it really is, I guess, the best way to do, to start framing this is, defunding the police. Is you hear these morons like Blow Fraud Betty, or I guess they call her what, burnt head Betty now, burnt hair Betty.
She's got a few names.
But anyways, they defund the police. What people don't understand is defund doesn't mean take away the money. Really what it is it's a messaging issue that people used improperly at the beginning. What people are really pushing for is to reform the police and to reinvest. And the investment that's necessary is with police and police training is what we see is these are simple traffic stops, you
Yeah.
guys. And there's
over and
training
over
to de-escalate situations. About 30 years ago when I started practicing law, a lot of fatalities with the police were because of police chases, right? And finally, almost every police department now has a policy on when they have to disengage. And so they're not running through stoplights going 80 miles an hour chasing somebody, right? That may not even be it's a traffic stop and not even a violent crime. So the training that's necessary is getting, sometimes it's with the mentally ill or people that are impaired psychologically is they need social workers or the ability to understand and to work with that population. So when you're
Yeah.
talking about investing, we don't need to invest in all this all the more guns and special units and all that. It's really a situation where what we're trying to push in my city is not stopping people on traffic stops. And that individual in my city was one officer by himself who was completely overpowered within 2 seconds, right? And he should have disengaged. There was no reason. It was a traffic offense and there was somebody else in the vehicle. Like it's ignorant, and I don't understand that. So what we're doing where I live is moving in the city, because it's the city police that we have the problem with, and it's a large city, is to not do the traffic stops and to be able to just issue them citations electronically by running their plates.
And defunding the police, that would just make it worse because they're gonna have less to work with. You know what I
You guys
mean?
totally
Well,
hate
we
to
already have a
interrupt, but
problem
I
right
want to
now.
know what I would like to know if there was any details in that article that Queen pulled up that specified more of what the previous issue with that officer may have been.
Well, the fact of the matter is, what his previous record is, it just exacerbates the problem, because the
Yeah,
fact
but I
of the
still
matter
want
is,
what it says. I'm
But
like,
isn't usually they're like it's hard to get them open, like they're usually like
I'm
sealed or something like that to
I'm
the
kind of
general public?
also like really puking about the police reform conversation right now, because I've been hearing it for years and they're still beating people to death in the streets. Like reform, reform, reform. Nothing ever happens. Nothing.
yeah. Well, the other part though that we have a problem with right now, and it really is a problem, is people retired that were in the police force that had the experience,
Yeah.
and we have an inability to hire police right
Yeah,
now.
we have like a mass retiring problem. Like a lot of older officers are just like once they get their 20 years, they're just fucking gone. They're like, let
Can
me
you
get the
blame
fuck out
them?
of here.
Can you
Well, no,
blame?
I can't blame them. And then you don't have trained officers that like older generation to train the younger generation. Also, like a lot of times, they kind of don't know the neighborhood. You notice, like, I'm
Yeah.
like,
They didn't grow up there. Militarization is also a problem.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think that, our country, we have a problem, and the culture is the problem, and it's not changing it. It's not limited to, to any part of our country, right? And why do we continue to have, after we, had a prosecution, right? A criminal prosecution, and holding police that, are murdering African Americans on traffic stops. We held them accountable criminally. And like, it's not sending a message. I think that this one is really not any different than some of the other ones that we've seen. So I don't know what it's going to take to change, but
Well,
I'd
I know
really like
they've
to see
done
us move
far.
away from traffic stops. And in this case, I think I heard, I haven't really been ingrained in this, guys, but I thought I heard that the chief of police there said that in reviewing footage, they don't even know why he was stopped to begin
A
with.
judge said that there was no reason to stop him. Yeah, it's definitely been determined that it was like uncalled for. But I think part of the reason that we still have this issue is because instead of actually changing things and making a wide fucking sweeping effort to fix it, they buy things like tanks and military things that can protect the police so that the next time they kill someone, they can control the herds without getting hurt easier.
Well,
Like,
I don't. I think it's mostly because it was like the whole 9/11 thing. A lot of them got a lot of extra money to fund them because they were worried about terrorist attacks and stuff like that. And I think it's usually inefficient funding where they just buy. They get also a lot of secondhand military equipment. Usually they get kind of deal like that's what I've noticed. But I think it's just basically that's the situation. It's lack of training and a lot of money not being spent appropriately, where it becomes to de-escalating situations.
well, and somebody else even said in chat, some of that equipment sits there for 8 or 9 months without even being used. But
Yeah.
Well,
I just get really like it's the same conversations keep taking place over and over and over, and I'm still pretty heated because I just watched this kid. I mean, I know he's a grown man, but he's a really small dude get beat to death, and it's like, so it's
145, 150 pounds, right?
It's 150 pounds, like, and it's all lip service at this point. It's all fucking lip service. It's all politics, and it's bullshit. And here they are policing the crowds of people who are upset because they beat the hell out of somebody again.
well,
And
here's the deal is yeah, we are watching that, and this is the one thing that you're seeing right now, and that you're streaming is so every case that Ben Crump is involved in after the George Floyd, like my city, they burned police cars, flipped them upside down,
Yep. They did
trashed
it.
downtown, broke all the windows. I mean,
Yep.
it was bad. And this last, case, it was, God, oh God, what a long year. It'll be a year in April. Is what, Ben does is when he comes in on cases is, it's I don't even know how to say this, but like what I saw today was a repeat of what I saw, with what happened here, in my own city. Is he brings the family in, gets the respect right, and talks about the process, gets the message out, and makes it clear that the family does not want to, we want change, but we want to get it in a peaceful way. Don't disrespect sloth. So the cities are also work when Ben is involved in a case. All of the press conferences and that they are coordinated with law enforcement, and how it all happens, and it happens in a way like it did today when it's like a production almost, but it's for the safety of the public. So he gives the police in the cities where this happens enough time where these things are getting released to put in place things to keep the public safe. So like in my city, we knew when it was going to get released, the timing, and they do it earlier in the day. So this one was at night, which is kind of different. That's one thing that was different, but early in the day. And then they expect the protests, and what they did where I live in a northern state, they had the snow plows out, to block off and barricade. They had state police from all over the state, and
Yeah.
law enforcement kind of containing the area, and then professional protesters that kept it safe. And even then though, guys, is all this stuff is live streamed, and you'd see they were young white male cops that I mean, they're getting their faces spit in the face, you guys. They're getting pushing back with bikes or whatever. They are the police trying to hold the line, and you could tell the difference in experience. And I will say what we saw was with some young white males, was they didn't have the discipline enough to sit there and to be able to take it. Not that they should have to, but hopefully I'm hoping that, and it looks like it's going to be a peaceful protest. But that is one of the, signature moves of Ben Crump in honoring, the victims and their family.
He's got a really good reputation. I wanted to correct myself because I'm looking back and it was Eric Garner. And I think that there actually weren't African American cops there. I think that one may be Hispanic. I just remembered incorrectly. It's been so long.
Yeah. So it's going to be an interesting process, and I'm sure there'll be, with the George Floyd case, is everybody, right? It was televised and everybody was kind of plugged into it.
Yeah.
And it's really sad because look at how many. It's not a novel concept in our country, and we're seeing it more and more. I don't think it's happening more and more. I think that technology is what's allowing us to hold them accountable more and more.
Yeah, we get like HD coverage instead of just one person's word against another.
Yeah.
Right.
That was just thousands of people right here. I mean, this is obviously thousands of people. I mean, wow.
Yep.
Well, it's very peaceful. Like they're literally not doing anything, so it's good that they're doing that.
Well, isn't Georgia? I heard is
Atlanta
is bad right now. Is there one from Atlanta? Like video feed.
Yeah, I don't know. But I will tell you that now, with the passage of time, what happened.
This is from Memphis right here. I'm pretty sure this is where. Yeah.
What happened 4 years ago?
Atlanta is where they were having the fires and stuff. Queen, do you still have that article pulled up so you can say what some of the details were, please? I really want to hear about that.
What is it?
The one about the cop?
The officer that had the yeah. I'll pull it back up.
Will you please? Because I really want to hear some of the details on that. I've been trying to be patient, but I really want to hear it. I think past misconduct is very relevant and part of what will help them get convicted. So super interested in that.
Well, it won't help them all be convicted. It would be something they're going to move to have separate trials, right?
Well, yeah, but it's still going to help.
It'll help convict that person. And that would be the reason why no lawyer for the other ones would allow them to be tried together. So that's going to be a fight, is to have separate trials.
Assuming nobody pleads.
They're not going to plead.
They're not going to play. Yeah, you're right.
They get free lawyers. Their lawyers are paid for through the union. So, their union, they can be, fired, right?
Well, one of Floyd's officers pled, and he was one of the only ones that actually tried to render aid and maybe could have gotten out of it.
Yeah, you know how it goes. But the thing is it's not the first to talk is the first to walk.
Yay. Let's do the article. Let's do the article, please.
I think we're waiting for her to bring it up.
It's pulled up.
Oh, okay. So
I just popped it. I just got it popped up. I didn't know if this video was gonna play.
Tonight, court documents show one of the recently fired Memphis cops in the Nichols case faced previous accusations of excessive force while working as a guard for Shelby County's Division of Corrections. In a federal complaint filed in 2016, Demetrius Haley is accused of punching an inmate in the face, slamming his face into a sink, and throwing him to the floor. The complaint goes on to say the inmate woke up the corrections medical unit. However, the suit was dismissed by a federal judge a couple of years later, 2 years, in fact, before Haley got his badge with the Memphis PD.
Wow.
He punched him in the face.
Yeah, and I think what Lady Justice, you're basically saying, basically will help to convict that guy who did all those things, but they're going to have separate trials. And the guy, basically a guy who doesn't have that on his record, it's not going to relate to him, basically.
Well, and then there'll be the issue of, prior bad acts in the rules of evidence is prior bad acts, to tend to prove that because he did this before he did it, this time there's, that's an evidentiary fight too. I listened to what was just said and the lawsuit was dismissed. And what I would suspect the case is, dig into it if whoever wants to, but it's governmental immunity is so you have immunity for acts. And what may have happened is he said the prisoner did something to him first, right? So he was doing a self-defense type thing. I don't know, but if it's dismissed in the case law in some states is really, really ridiculous with regard to what they will give governmental immunity to. And then that couple that with the judge and, you know, which way a judge leans, not politically, but, you know, if they are, you know, pro police or, you know, the other way is, you know, that's how a case would get dismissed. That's kind of disgusting, but we don't know the facts of why anyone would do that is beyond me. But like, we don't know the facts, and the fact that it was dismissed is I would want to dig into that.
Yeah. What do you think of
I know the facts of watching him being beat to death by them from 4 different angles was pretty
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what do you
I wish we had more details. Oh, were you turning on something, Queen? I just wish we had more details about this victim. I think the conversation needs to be a lot about Tyre Nichols and, like, I don't know. I just so frustrated.
She's giving
well, I
us.
mean, I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? It's, I mean, it should be about him, but right now it's about the body footage that was just the shit that was just released. You know what I mean?
Did Lady Justice get to see it? Did you get to see it yet, ma'am?
Yes, I did.
How did you feel about what you watched?
It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's
you know, angry, outraged.
Do you feel like they were? I'm just curious how you feel about the first part. You know, where they first come up on him, and like they seem to be really rough right off the bat. But you probably have more experience with that. Did you feel like they were really rough right out the gate?
Yeah, very aggressive. I don't know what he did, and the fact of the matter is like, if you're assessing, they're supposed to assess the situation, and they jumped out and were aggressive to begin with. And in so many of these cases, you know, murder by cop is what we see is they haven't followed their own training in de-escalating, or on a traffic stop when somebody takes off, you let them go. You got, you know, you can do all kinds of things, and you have their plate, you have them on your camera, right? You have all these things. So what I think is that what I have seen, and again, you know, not, it just kind of reinforces for me what happened in my own city is
yes, ma'am.
Once a cop gets defied, or somebody doesn't follow their orders, or they take off, you know, try to take off running, whatever, it's almost like a, you know, a fuse is lit, and, you know, instead of de-escalating and being common sense, it's kind of like, I don't know if it's the testosterone or what, but they
You mean
just
like they feel
lose it.
like they I feel like once they get challenged, yeah, you're right, that they totally just like they have to be dominant, and they have to prove that dominance right in that moment, is what it feels like when you watch some of this stuff. It's really weird.
Yeah. I mean, they do the exact opposite of what they're trained to do.
Yeah.
No, you're totally right, because
I have my thing muted on my other thing, but I'll mute real quick again.
In a Floyd trial, they actually went over a lot of what the de-escalation techniques were, and, you know, rendering like they didn't do anything like they were supposed to, really.
And that, I mean, we have to remember, it's every profession has, you know, the bad apples, or somebody who makes a poor, you know, judgment. This goes way beyond that. And those, you know, that's what's highlighted, you know, 90, you know, 5%, you know, of police stops, you know, don't end up like this. But, you know, we need to hold people accountable, and money hasn't worked. Okay. Money has not worked. When we sue, and, you know, we had the governmental immunity, or you might get a settlement, something
taxpayers
like
that. Taxpayers are paying for that, not the actual cop. So technically, that's why it doesn't work, because the taxpayers just, you know, when they get sued, they put, you know, the city takes the taxes that they got and they give it to the person, and the cops never really get, like, you know, hurt really. You know, worst case scenario, they get fired a lot of times, or, you know, maybe they go to jail.
So you're saying they're not actually fiscally responsible, and you feel like that adds to the issue?
Well, money doesn't work. A criminal prosecution is a hell of a lot different than somebody defending you as the person that did some kind of wrong. Okay. Whether it's a little bit, or, you know, all the way up to death of somebody. When the cops get all of that taken care of, their defense, the payout, everything, okay, is paid for. by the taxpayers, the only accountability that you have is the criminal justice system that really, takes a pound of flesh, so to speak, out of them. So one of the other things that is being talked about is, in terms of, reforming police, is making them pay their own liability insurance.
Doctors in a
That's
way.
what, Tim, isn't that what you meant to, like, if they personally had to pay for it? Is that kind of what you were getting at?
Well, yeah, basically when they do these when they do these things, they get sued, and they get lawyer representation from the city,
Yep.
and they also get their settlement paid by the city, and basically everything's paid, and and that's I agree with that. They should have to pay some sort of insurance, just like a doctor. A doctor has to pay for their insurance, and I don't know. It's also kind of tough for a lot of cops because a lot of experienced cops are leaving, and it's a very low, like if you think of it, in some areas, it's a very low paying job in comparison to the work they put into. So, I mean, maybe we need to figure out how to attract more people, more experienced people, and give them maybe a higher pay for their job so we can attract more experienced people. Because, I mean, they deserve more money if they're good. If we're demanding more training from them and more professionalism and to deal with more shit, they definitely need to get paid more. You can't just pay them like $50,000 and then just think they're going to do the job. You can work at Modell's and be a supervisor and make $50,000 or something.
Yeah, I feel the same way about teachers too. They should make way more than they do.
Well, I guess I don't necessarily agree, because I don't agree that the pay is really that low. And what I see is if you work kind of on the side that I do is you put in your 20 years or your 25, and you have your full retirement. Okay. So somebody to be able to retire at 45, really, and get their full pay? Oh, wait, no, they don't. Then they go and they work for another department and get another full pension and keep stacking them. Okay. So it's not teachers don't do it as much as I've seen administrators do it. So the lack of pay, their pensions are the ones that are consistently not the ones that are touched when they're doing, cuts or, going to a 401k versus the way that they were done before. So where the pay is, or the pay off is for police officers, is in the pension system. It's still extreme, and the health insurance is extremely generous in most places.
Oh, that's a good point.
And you can stack them.
Then that just means that, Tim, your point is even more valid. Those fuckers can insure themselves.
Absolutely. And they can become almost untouchable.
Yeah. I just I've noticed their starting pay is so, I get they get all the benefits and stuff like that, but that's, and I get they get the retirement, but
While we still have Lady Justice, can I ask you another question? I'm sorry. Sure. I'm not trying to make you feel picked on. I just
pick on me. I don't care.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
sure it'll be gentle compared to what I went through this week.
Oh yeah, I'm not that much of it normally. I have my moments, of course, but so in this specific call, it was like 20 minutes before anybody even tried to render aid, and of course, when they came, there was issues even with the aid that was rendered. Do you feel like I guess by the time the paramedics got there, in this case, the beating was pretty much over, but how do you feel about them not following those protocols after this to render aid? Do you think they knew what they did was super heinous, so they were trying to get shit straight, or what do you think about that
I don't know, because the same thing happened in the case here. And, some of these other ones, the details of exactly how it went down, murder by cops, I don't remember exactly how they went down. But here, for example, cop on top of him, knee in the back, whole 10 yards. He says, I'm trying to make sure he didn't have a gun or a weapon under him. Okay, well, you're on top of him, dude. And he couldn't move his hands. And, he got the taser. I forgot that. He got the taser. The cop's trying to deploy the taser. Tasers are not meant to be deployed when you're face to face within 3 feet of the person. Okay.
No.
And the tasers will shoot off 2 tasers. Okay. So the taser, the cop already knew he had let 2 go. The victim has the taser in his hands. It's under him. He's on top of the guy, and both arms are pinned under him. And
Yeah.
there's no tase left, so there's no risk. You shoot him in the back of the head, and then he got up and did the same thing. He got up and he called for backup at that point, and somebody shot or whatever. He didn't do a damn thing to try to help him.
How long was it? And this is the gentleman you said that was shot in the back of the head?
Shot in the back of the head. And
okay, and how long until they got aid rendered there? Not that you can do much.
Couldn't do much. But it was it was about 15 minutes.
That's ridiculous.
In the middle of the city. Yeah, because they didn't deploy, an ambulance. And I don't know why that happens. In the case with this younger cop here is maybe it was the adrenaline of the situation where he's chasing and, he got his taser taken out of his hand and was getting his, kind of outmaneuvered. But I think it has something to do with, and remember the last time that I was on the panel, I said, none of us can say what we would do in a situation that's traumatic. None of us.
Yeah.
None of us. Right.
About Dylan, right?
Each trauma is different that we experience. So I would suspect that it had to do with the actual, oh my God, what did we do? And a little bit of the cover up or whatever their natural instinct was.
Yeah.
And it wasn't to render aid. It was probably the shock of what did we do and covering it up more than
what do we do now?
Aid. Yes.
Yeah. I think it's so gross. I can't imagine.
I mean, it took 20 minutes, right, for the ambulance to get out to this young man, right?
Yeah, it was.
I think we counted 21 minutes. I think it took. How was that even possible?
Because that video was 30 something minutes long, and only the first little bit was him being beaten, and then after that he laid there forever, and the very end was them gurneying him up. So I think it was actually probably longer. Maybe 20 minutes was the point at which they called, and then it took another however many
called
minutes.
it almost 22 minutes was
They
when
were
they
bragging.
called.
Yeah, that's what they called, not when they got there, right?
So
right, because it was another 7 minutes until the ambulance was actually there.
Did we figure out exactly how many feet from where he was being beaten to his front door it actually was? Because I realized after we watched those videos, from the point he got pulled over, when he ran, he was running home. And had he made it just a little bit further, he could have at least had the safety of his parents trying to help, or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. But he literally almost made it home before they tackled
Well,
him.
they probably would have. They probably would have busted
down.
Yeah, they probably would have busted in and probably beat up his mom, knowing these guys.
You're probably fucking right, Tim. What did you say, Voices? I'm sorry. You said you heard it was what?
I'm thinking when one of the articles that we listened to, I think it said it was 2 doors down.
Oh my God.
His mother was expressing that she got upset because she didn't hear him screaming, "Mom." I'm sorry, Justice. Go ahead.
I think it was 70 yards is what I heard.
Yeah, I knew it was it was a couple 100 feet or something is what I was estimating by what I was reading and stuff. So that would
And
be
that's why I was calling out for his. Oh my Lord.
Yeah, and she feels bad because she didn't hear him yelling.
Here's a question: is does anyone know? Because I don't know what the medical on this is. I'm sure the prosecutor does, but in the delay in getting him assistance, would that have made any difference?
Well, I know that
Probably, 'cause he
the
bled.
real struggle for the critical. Oh, sorry, Tim. Do you know the answer?
The cause of death was it says extensive bleeding caused by severe beating.
But the first signs of real struggle why his parents got called up for him beginning dying, I guess, was kidney failure, ma'am. And you can see in the video them striking him in his sides with baton.
Yep. Yeah, it says here, findings indicate Nichols suffered extensive bleeding caused by severe beating, family attorney Benjamin Crump said. He observed injuries consistent with...
There was no cardiac arrest?
Do you think? Yes, there was cardiac arrest, but everybody goes into cardiac arrest when they die. So that's almost always listed. But as far as the kidneys, you guys, if you're saying he had internal bleeding and stuff, and that was one of the first things that was failing, could they have literally beat his little kidneys to death? Because kidneys are very small.
Yes, they can actually your kidneys can be bruised. Your kidneys, I mean, they could have disseminated or torn a
They can
kidney.
rupture.
You've got your renal arteries that run through your kidneys.
Yes, the renal arteries. Yes, I know all
Yep.
about that.
So the fact of the matter is the failure to get that, additional 20 minutes
Made a difference.
It could have,
not-
yeah.
Yes, because you have the golden hour when somebody's been through a trauma. They call it the golden hour. And within the first 20 minutes, you want to have them up and going to the hospital via air flight.
Getting stabilized and shit. Yeah.
Yes, because the quicker they're stabilized, the better chance of recovery they have.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you, Alicia. Is it normal for the family to pay, like, kind of pay for the autopsy or push for their autopsy and not automatically being done when the police?
Yes.
When someone does.
That's a Ben Crump thing as well. You
It
get an
is normal.
independent autopsy. Depends on you just get an independent one. Even in a regular murder case, but Ben does get independent one, and I don't know who it was. It might have been Warner Spitz.
I would like to know who it was.
Who was involved in, believe it or not, he testified in the OJ case, but he's he is world renowned. He's from Michigan, from Oakland County, Michigan. And he's quite old, but he's very good. And what he does is, when you go in and you get your own independent autopsy, they know that, what's happening. And, those calls are made right away. And then the second autopsy is just really an examination of what how it is. And they use a lot of that for the personal injury lawsuit, if you will.
Well, they use it to also keep the state in check, because as we've seen in other trials of this nature, the autopsy findings can be completely different when it's not the state ordered doctor. People do it all the time for insurance claims as well on the private area. I'm a mortician. I know all about the private autopsies.
Oh, girl. Yeah.
I used to watch them. Yeah, I used to watch.
I have a friend that got that kicked somebody in the liver once, and he led with the toe, and it ruptured his liver. He went right to the hospital.
You can end up with torn spleen from a car accident, a bad fall, a blow to the chest.
Can you guys go back any further on Becky P's comment? She says splenic rupture from the blunt force trauma plus the head injury. Becky, are you talking about something else? Or are you talking about, did they release that in this case and I just hadn't seen it yet? Could you specify, please? But the pay autopsies are common, especially in ones like this.
Well, using the autopsy, the second autopsy, when Ben Crump has a case, is they're actually looking for way more in depth in terms of how long he would have been conscious. It's the pain and suffering, not the physical injuries as much.
Yeah, you want to go into if he was cut, like how soon after he died it goes into the damage. It's like like sometimes with someone gets run over. If someone gets run over by a car, were they conscious at the time?
How long was the conscious pain and suffering?
Well, that's the thing. The conscious pain and suffering, like he finally falls over at the 21-minute mark, which then causes them to start, oh shit, maybe we need to render aid, because they start yelling at him again and he becomes unresponsive.
Well, and if you remember, he kept doubling over. He was literally doubling
almost like
over.
He was convulsing, probably from a head injury or concussion.
That's a good comparison. Is mesothelioma the cancer that's caused by asbestos, you guys?
Yes.
One of the autopsies, like this is perfectly in line with what you were saying, Lady Justice. He had a regular autopsy, and of course there were findings, but it wasn't enough to prove things. So the family paid like $4 or $5 grand. And a new autopsy was performed there at the funeral home. And that was definitely determining pain and suffering and stuff, because his, I guess, trigger warning, but it is what it is. In that specific disease, the organs started hearing to each other and everything was just all stuck together. And they were able to determine that he had long pain and suffering that was never talked about in the first autopsy. It was horrible.
Oh, don't get you twisted. That man suffered so much
Yeah, he
before
suffered
he
great years, and it was because his job did not protect him properly.
You can't brace for a shot. You just get hit from the from the side where you're not looking, or your hands are down. It's a lot worse.
That girl, Becky says she's speculating his injuries. I'm speculating.
Yes, sir. I saw that, but I didn't want to interrupt Lady Justice, but I did see that. Thank you for answering, Becky.
Hey, I'm going to jump down. I got an early morning appointment and some stuff to take care of, but I wanted to jump on and say hello and be around to answer questions. Okay.
If any of us commit a crime, you're going to help us represent.
Yeah, you've been nominated to be the Hive attorney. You work pro bono for all our poor broke asses.
No, according to Betty, it's pro se.
I saw that dumb bit.
Oh God.
I can't see her.
Thank you for letting me pick
Have
your
a great
brain.
night, everybody. Love to y'all.
You
Bye.
too. Have a good night.
That's interesting that even after shooting somebody, they would wait 15 minutes, you guys. That's just so, I can't even imagine.
This is going to be a unreal thing for a long time right now.
Not really. I guarantee you probably it'll be, forgotten. It'll be remembered, but it'll die down and then another one will occur. And that's why that girl basically has that sentiment, I get, because you see it a lot.
Yeah.
You really do.
And
with the footage that we have and the beating, it's really, really, really bad.
It's just the reform conversation is a good one. But right now, we just saw somebody get beaten. And to me, not just beaten, but beaten to death. And to me, the reform conversation is kind of played out because it just, and again, I know it's been happening. I'm not naive. I am still this outraged, even though I know that. It's hard to talk about reform when I'm just now getting to know Tyre and seeing what they did to him. And to me, that should be the focus of
Tina just said fights breaking out at Town Square right now.
I believe it. I know that I think what we've been watching is Memphis, but my understanding is that Atlanta was lighting fires and shit, you guys.
Yeah.
And I just feel like at least for one day, it needs to be where people can vent about what they just saw and the fact that Tyre Nichols is dead.
He's doing his thing. Yeah. So I'll relate. I've got this right here. I got the whole.
I just,
Okay, everybody else. Listen up. Everybody else. Listen up. Are y'all ready to march or what? I said, are y'all ready to march or what? We're gonna pick our black ass from nowhere. Let's go! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Who's done it? I see! 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 No justice! No peace! 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 I see! I see! I see! I see! I see!
Now it's becoming a mob.
Tyre Nichols! Tyre Nichols! Tyre Nichols!
Yeah, it does. I hear what you're saying. That reminds me of freaking what Betty would scream.
I saw
Yeah,
Tina
that's
say.
Wow.
but it's bad. It's getting fucking bad though. I will say that.
I saw Tina say that she was going to send over some good streamers. Her and I watch a lot of the same streamers that cover this stuff, and they're really good. They're really good. I don't know if they strike or not, so make sure you plug them if you share them.
Yeah, this is getting bad, Queen.
I think this is Fox News.
Can you get eyes on Atlanta? What's going on in Atlanta, Queen?
You know what? Let me look real quick.
Okay, cool. Because I heard it's like bad there. So I'm
Yeah,
curious.
Town Square. They're saying
You
they're
find
breaking
one, drop
windows.
it private chat.
I'll look for some stuff.
I'm
too.
really glad we're all here together tonight watching this together.
It's crazy.
I can't remember because I've watched like a whole lot of these things, but I don't think I've ever seen the cops hold somebody up to beat them. They normally just let them lay on the ground and get beat. They don't normally hold them up to make them an easier target.
Yeah,
no.
they were holding him up. They were pulling from side to side. He was getting hit from that one guy. I think it was like 5 or 6 times. It was horrible.
At least, yeah. At least.
Yeah, this Cody Jones person seems very upset and doesn't want to.
That's Jones's dad, bro.
Oh, okay.
Why? Yeah, I can't see it. Yeah.
Yeah, Cody Jones is Jones's dad. He's a police officer. He's retired now, but he's a good police officer, and he knows that there's good cops out there. You know, there's good police officers out there, and there's good, you know, but all it takes is something like this to happen, and everybody's, you know.
Yep. I'm glad he's retired and safe from this shit, you know?
I am too. That's what I was just going to say. I'm really glad that you're safe at home tonight with your family. Cody, I really am glad.
Joneson said that it's okay to discuss it, B10.
Yeah, don't worry. Cody Jones is gonna be grounded. She's going to her room tonight.
Oh Lord.
This is a joke. She's done for. She's grounded now.
Did you just say she's going to your room tonight?
No, going to her room, not my room. She's married.
Jesus, Mary Joseph.
Don't want to get beat up by Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
But,
I mean, I know that I've been looking into videos to highlight some stuff in the mortuary and death care industry that people have done wrong. And I find myself super pissed off at and it makes me feel like it makes me look bad or that my work was ever questionable just because what they did. Mm-hmm. And the people that we took care of were already dead. So I could only imagine if I was watching people from my industry beat someone to death and listen to the conversations that followed it, I would be just as pissed off as I was watching the video. So, you know, I do see all sides. I definitely don't think all cops are bad.
Yeah, and I think there's generally a lot of people like to villainize every single cop because of a couple bad apples, and that's not appropriate response.
Well, just like that would be like saying every true crime YouTuber is a tragedy pimp. And I guess to some degree, maybe, but there are good and bad ones.
Yeah.
You know,
absolutely. And it's for every profession.
If you find one of the things, if you can pull it up.
Which things? The riots?
What's going on in Atlanta?
Oh. Yeah, the ones out.
I would just think it would be.
I'm gonna tip in. You're going in and out, that girl.
Oh, am I?
You were just a second ago.
Oh, is that going real bad just now?
Yeah, Nikki, you've had an echo half this stream. What's up with your sound today?
I have an echo?
Almost every time you've unmuted, you've had an echo. Maybe not right now, but you have had a lot.
Can you hear anything right now, guys?
No, I don't hear myself now. It was mainly when Lady Justice was up.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, or when you mute, it's like super, like a lot of air. You know, like it just sounds like there's a lot going on. You know what I mean? I just don't say anything because you have anxiety and you start freaking out, and I'm like, fuck it. I'm not even gonna say that.
Is it okay right now, though?
Oh no, Ann Miller.
I don't hear nothing.
Okay.
Ann Miller made a good point. Same. I get upset with other nurses and doctors, so I think that it's normal to have that response. It's normal. It sucks. Okay, Queen.
So as I said, I can pop it up if you I'll have the, you know what I mean? I can put it up if you guys find one or whatever that you want to put up, or a different, you know, from somewhere else. Oh, Cody here, he said, oh, there are some nasty, horrible people who unfortunately wear badges. Straight up, you know, but there's bad doctors, bad lawyers, bad, you know what I'm saying? There's just
I was
Not
just
all of
kind
them.
of
dentists.
Yeah, I was just having a moment of empathy for how Cody must be feeling, you know, like, because I know when I read about what some other morticians have done, it enrages me. And so I can only imagine, because like I said, those people are already dead and these people are like being killed. So it's got to be awful.
Like that one you were telling me about. I couldn't believe that. Could not believe it.
Yeah, there's, it's just there are bad apples in every bunch, but it does seem like for all intents and purposes, that Tyre was a good guy.
His family described him as a very happy boy who loved to skateboard and loved photography.
Oh wow, look at this. It's getting really crazy right there. Look at that. They're fighting. Look at it. They're wow.
Is this Atlanta or DC?
No, I think she's still in Tennessee. I don't think she ever switched from Tennessee. If could one of you guys, for anybody who doesn't know, I can't because I'm on my phone, but could one of you guys pull up what the charges are for the officers and remind everybody?
I believe it was 2nd-degree manslaughter, but let me just check one more time.
Kidnapping, I think, was one of them.
Murder.
Yeah. No, I don't think.
Aggravated kidnapping and aggravated assault.
I would just like to, if somebody wouldn't mind reading off the actual charges, so we can quote them.
He was 29.
Is it because they should never pull them over? Is that why they're giving?
Where did you get that by that he was kidnapping? Do you have the article? Do you know where?
Charges.
It was on the original. What we watched this evening with that girl, that was in the original charges.
Okay, thank you.
CBS News.
The DA came forward and was outlining, and they actually asked him how it qualified as kidnapping, and he broke it down. And also, it was aggravated kidnapping because they wear weapons. They basically were talking about it and going over it as though we weren't even talking about police officers anymore with those charges. It was pretty
opposition,
Well, the other one I can't remember. So here we go. 2nd-degree murder, aggravated assault, aggravated kidnapping, official misconduct, and official oppression, because they actually have already been found to have violated his civil rights.
Jesus.
So it's not manslaughter. It is murder. They did not do 1st degree because they don't feel like with the evidence that's available that they could prove premeditation. That's the only reason they're going for 2nd degree.
Yeah.
So you didn't know that they were being charged with kidnapping, eh?
No. I saw the article that said 2nd-degree manslaughter. Yeah, I did not know they were being charged with kidnapping.
You sound like a Canadian there, Deco. Eh?
Oh, no, probably because I've been talking to one a lot. No, it's literally 2nd-degree murder, aggravated assault, aggravated kidnapping, official misconduct, and official oppression.
I mean, I agree with those charges, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's because they had no right to fucking pull out his car, so I think that's what the kidnapping comes from, right? Pulling someone out their car.
Well, no, I mean, like I think they didn't really have a reason to really stop them. I mean, like that's after
it was said that it was a bogus stop.
Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion for everybody in chat? Let's kind of like ignore each other a little bit, and let's give some grace to everybody for the amount of emotions that we're all having. And that when we're emotional and upset, sometimes we don't feel like typing specifics. Not every single comment needs to be pre-qualified, and we damn sure do not have to agree. So let's just be cool and be chill. And if somebody's really upsetting you, just block them. You don't
murder too. Thank you. I misspoke. My apologies. Murder 2-degree. 2nd degree.
Not manslaughter.
My apologies.
Cody said, where is it? That one. Yes, kidnapping, unlawful keeping, or taking a person without their consent. So basically, unlawful stop and pull him out of his car.
Yeah. They they just really messed up, you guys. There's just, you know, and I'm not trying to tell everybody what to do. Y'all are adults, and obviously mods, y'all can't block people because, you know, you're a mod. But like just regular old chatters, if you need to block somebody for a day, you can unblock them real easy. And because it's emotional and it's horrible. And if you watch the video, you're going to be upset. And
yes, you will.
You know, I don't want people to be full.
You'll probably be sick watching it. Several of us were.
And Joan just said exactly what I meant. Maybe I'm just interpreting your text wrong. It's hard to distinguish text to talk, and it is. And that's why I'm just asking everybody to just be sweet for Jesus. And, you know, if I say shitbag cops, I mean the ones that did this, you know? So I don't know. It's just, guys, it's just so awful.
Listen, there's good civilians, there's bad civilians, there's good cops, there's bad cops. It's just how it is. It ain't gonna change. I don't really think.
Don't worry, we'll just ban Grandma Sherry to make everyone feel better. Only a timer out. I'm joking.
Oh, she had me dying last night with her comments in the chat. Oh my god.
Not Grandma Sherry.
Tim, you missed it. Did you watch the stream last night?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, it was hard to be a guy in the chat, but I was rocking and rolling.
Lisa, think you should watch it, then don't. I did because his parents wanted us to, so I did, and I cried like 3 times and felt like puking. So it just is what it is.
Well, I mean, I think it's important to watch. I mean, like, it's important to privately watch. I think, like, when you're live streaming it, you gotta kind of question why you would live stream. You just tell people to watch if they want to watch. I mean, it's very brutal. You're literally watching someone being beaten to death on a video. So it's not something. It's not something you want to watch. Show on a public, like, just start live streaming that. You know what I mean? You might as well. You know what I mean? That's not good. Not good at all. But because you don't really want to remember. You know, I mean, I don't know. I don't think the family would want him to be remembered in his last moments like that. You know. I mean, who wants to be, you know what I mean? That's the worst time in his life.
I agree with you, but except for his parents did want everybody to see.
Well, I'm saying like live streamed, you know what I mean? Like, you know.
Oh, yeah, no. You know, it's not for me personally. I chose not to, and I chose not to. I don't think I ever live streamed the death of George Floyd either. I use sound because for me, if I really need to make an example, normally the audio of these situations make that example just fine.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, let me see. No, I don't like calling anyone derogatory words, to be honest with you. But
I have a question, guys. It's probably a stupid question. If those cops were white, or there was a white cop in there, do you think this would be a lot worse on the streets and whatnot? With everything going on.
What did you say? I'm sorry. Can you repeat your question?
If the cops were white and whatnot, do you think it'd be more hell raising going on?
Yeah.
Because of the.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, that's just a given. Especially after George Floyd and this happened like that. Yeah.
I'm curious though, what are the odds of the cops being white there? Like, what percentage of the police force where they were at is, you know, Caucasian or not? You know, that would also, you know what I mean? I'm just curious.
There was one white officer, and he was in the very, 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 very beginning. The one who ran away from.
Of that department, like what the ratios are. You know me, I like numbers. I always like to know details like that.
Looks like it says majority of Memphis Police Department. This is Google, by the way, so, you know, take it as you will. The majority of Memphis Police Department is black, according to the data published on city website. Of nearly 2,000 commissioned officers, about 58% are black, 37% are white, and 3% are Hispanic.
Thank you. That reflects what I thought it would, but I don't like to make guesses, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Let's see. That special unit was supposed to bring peace to the neighborhood. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the thought process of that unit was, to be honest with you. Like you're, you know, this is
like help curb like gang violence.
Yeah.
And crimes like that, but they're pretty brutal in the neighborhoods.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just unfortunate because it's like I think they really, really lacked, like, you just see it, like how they escalated that situation. They lacked training, and it's fucking terrible.
I mean, one guy was bragging like, I think I broke my foot. It was just like, what?
Oh, that was disgusting, wasn't it, Nick?
I hope his foot is permanently fucking damaged, and in the next 10 years, as he's aging, he finds it crippling to walk.
Well, the city will pay for that. We'll pay for all his health insurance needs. Don't worry.
Not if he's in prison.
Well, yeah, that's
all
true.
I know is when I seen the officer get up and start limping,
yeah,
all I could think was, I hope he hits your ass in the fucking leg with that baton, you little bitch. I was like,
pepper spraying each other.
I thought, like, I hope he hits your ass with that son of a bitch and missed. You know, I hope he missed and hit your ass.
Yes, I was happy that they kept pepper spraying themselves, motherfuckers. One got it at the first stop, and one got it at the second stop.
One sprayed on his own self. He had
yeah. And he used water.
How rabid they were. He sprayed him own fucking self because they were so rabid. He didn't even make sure.
Well,
he hit himself and he dropped it right away.
Yeah, because you're not supposed to start shooting mace or your taser at like kind of point blank range. That's usually a bad idea because it splashes over backwards to you, or you're too close with the taser. It doesn't work too well. I mean, like,
well, if it's too close with the taser, it's not going to deploy.
Yeah.
And then if you're too close with the mace or pepper spray, there's going to be splashback that's going to come in on you.
You're not really supposed to do that. Like,
Well,
when
5
a guy's,
cops, do you really need mace? 5.
no, what they did it was they were doing it to kind of torture him. That's what I feel like. When someone's like on the floor already and you got cops over and you start macing, it's like a torture at that
Do you feel like that's why they did that with the lights too? I felt like they kept blinding him with their lights for that same reason.
Yeah.
I also felt like maybe they knew that the camera was there and if they put the light that way, it would.
That's what I said, remember?
Yep.
It's like they knew the camera was there. It's like they knew it was there. It was weird.
Well, yeah, they know it's there. There's a cop who work for the city. You know, they know those cameras are there.
Yeah. You could see one cop look up twice to it, like within a 3-4 second span.
Queen, while you're here, guess what I'm making?
What's up, baby?
I'm stuffing big, huge portobellos.
Okay, that got me a little worried when I heard I'm stuffing. I'm like,
no, Queen loves mushrooms and stuff as much as I do. So
what the
portobello mushroom stuff?
I'm about to skedaddle out of here. Okay, guys, gotta go. Because I thought you were going to say something else.
I never stuffed anyone ever.
If it was last night, she might have said that.
Oh my god! I was like,
oh my god!
Last night was crazy. What did you say, Voices? I'm sorry.
Mushrooms are the bomb. They're my fave.
I like double stuffed Oreos.
Spiffy, you're a little late.
Those are good too.
Basically, 5 officers began to beat a young black man to death brutally, and that's why. While at one point, when he was handcuffed, they proceeded to take turns punching him in the face.
They also used batons and pepper spray and tasers.
Yeah.
And it's being said that they didn't even have a reason to pull him over to begin with.
Kicked him in the face?
Yes, he was kicked like a football and used as a piñata where his family and lawyer. His family's lawyer. Crump is a great lawyer. I totally agree with Lady Justice there.
Yeah.
He's got a great reputation. Just, my God, they completely violated this young man's civil rights and took his life.
They're protesting police brutality, basically, Spiffy. They don't like the fact that this has become more and more. It's becoming more and more common.
Again? Law enforcement, police brutality.
Yeah.
Everybody's standing up.
Yeah, I mean, you got to realize the point of a protest is to be peaceful, so people have a way to let go of their anger peacefully, or eventually it bottles up and becomes violent. So
and be timid, Spivey, like Ivy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Spivey. I'm not good with names. Someone like
I just know that that's how that one's pronounced because I wasn't sure once if it was Spivey, and Spivey told me it's Spivey, like Ivy. I was like, so I'll teach you my trick.
Yeah, his Heels in the Air literally made a video like laughing at how Bullhorn Betty couldn't read names, and I'm like, I can't really make a comment. I might need that program for name officer name saying, I was like, I can't really throw stones while I'm in a glass house.
Shred 'em.
With Bullhorn Betty.
Well, B. Tim, if the worst thing somebody can say about you is that you're a tomato that doesn't pronounce names properly, heaven forbid.
Yeah. Let me see.
Who's that lady leading this protest with like the scarf?
Well, I would say everyone's just kind of cool. I mean,
yeah, here.
Yeah, I mean, I think like people.
Right, Grandma Sherry's explaining why they called them pigs.
I don't think all cops are bad. I think that these guys, you know, just like other cops, you know, they get around one another, and you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean,
you heard it.
You know, sometimes people feed off each other rather than calm the situation down. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes
in the video in the end, in one of the views, you heard them like all talking it up and being like, oh, well, we saw him here and we saw him there and he took off running and this one did that. So yeah, I believe that they were feeding upon each other.
It was after the football game, they were like, hey, that was a good play. Weird.
We go through a lot of true crime cases where we have great police work that is done.
Yeah,
and I think majority of police officers are really good. And sometimes the bad ones get highlighted way more than the good ones. And that's what happens a lot.
That's my point. Yeah, that's my point I was getting ready to make. Sometimes they feed off each other, and different officers, you know, they're different around each other, and not all officers are bad. I've had some really, you know, some really good experiences, like with some really good officers. You know what I'm saying? Especially when I, you know, did my stuff as an EMT, like I worked around some amazing officers. I'm not going to sit here and say they're all bad, because they're not all bad.
That's bad. I mean, to say that is just a ridiculous statement that they're all bad. Anybody that says that.
Just like Lady Justice says, the reason why you're seeing more and more of this is because, you know, people are recording it. So the bad apples are being caught instead of just lingering on and getting their pensions. We're, you know, maybe over time.
I feel like that if they have misconduct, it should be like a chunk out of their pension.
Oh, they lose their pensions. If they like go to jail, I mean, if they go to jail.
No, I just mean misconduct in general, because maybe if it affected your pension at retirement, you'd be less likely to fuck up.
I agree.
And I don't know too much about that.
You would be forced to walk the line because everything that you've worked for could be easily taken away.
Yeah, I don't know too much about how the disciplinary process is with pensions or anything, so I can't make a comment about that. I don't know. I just think it's a little.
They don't affect it at all, Tim.
No, I just don't know. I'm a place of ignorance. I don't know what the disciplinary things are.
No, I get that. I'm real weird about saying on something I don't know about too.
Truthfully, I've probably met way more good cops than bad cops. The only bad cop I ever met was after a fight. They handcuffed us all, and even though I didn't start the fight, and they sat us on the hood of the car, with the car on, and started burning my ass, right? Literally burning my ass. And cause I was sitting on the side of it where, you know, the heat would come up, and I stand up, and I'm still leaning against the car. And this guy grabs me by my fucking neck, and he's smaller than me. He just had transferred from New York down to South Florida. And he just slams me on the hood of his car. Just boom, for no reason. And the other cop looked at him and was like, hey man, you know, chill. Because he just met the cop too a couple weeks before that. And he chilled. You know, I started running my mouth a little bit to him. That cop took me to my house. I was going to get arrested. He ended up fucking taking me to my house, taking the cuffs off, and just writing me a ticket.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That's good. Oh, by the way, Cody Jones says, if you're fired for disciplinary reasons, you lose everything. So that answers our questions. So
do you see how many reporters are walking along with the crowd? I keep seeing camera people on the outsides, and
that's kind of normal. That happens a lot.
Well, no, but I was more thinking of a place of, you know, they're getting firsthand coverage.
Oh yeah,
of something
there
that we're, you know, this is going to go down in history. We're watching history.
I'm sorry,
It's going to be added to our history, unfortunately.
I think this is going to be a big thing. I think this is going to start something on one way or the other, whether it's this going on right now more, or it's going to start something with the cops having to do more something like that. I think this has to.
Maybe the Memphis branch. I would agree with you, but if you're talking about like worldwide cops, I don't think that's the case. Like the whole United States, I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, Memphis for sure. I think.
I just think like it's very tough.
I mean, nobody's being blamed. They're standing up for police brutality, and the purpose for this is to stand in solidarity for cops that go beyond and kill an innocent person.
Yeah, and I think like I think protesting is a very good thing. It lets the public like relieve anger and tension that they should, as long as it's not destructive, like what happened with Floyd, where you had people literally burning down businesses. I'd rather have people just walk in the streets with signs and say some things and protest. And because at least it relieves tension, it shows the government that they need to start doing things to reform. And I think it's really an important part of democracy. People do that. And I get people say, well, why protest these 5 bad apples all across all these other states? And it's just, I think just people generally want to show solidarity with, whoever's having issues, Memphis. If only people in Memphis, protested, then, that wouldn't be more as effective as everyone else showing solidarity that they're behind these people.
Also part of a movement that when this happens, that the deceased is honored by groups of people gathering to say their name. And that's just part of what has become this really sick tradition of what happens after these kind of killings. And it's awful.
But I get like some of these cops who aren't even in this district's feelings about, like, they're thinking, well, I didn't fuck up like these idiots. I didn't fucking murder an innocent man. Why am I being yelled at? And I get their point of view. It's just that, it's just how I explained it. I mean, like, it might be unfair for those innocent cops, but that's just how it is. And, it's not all cops. It's, it's just, that's how it is. It's a little, I can understand the point of view of these cops that have to deal with it when they didn't do anything wrong, and they do their job, and they do their job fantastically when they you know what I mean? And they have to deal with it. So I guess I see both sides.
I agree. And this reminds me, Amber Geiger is a police officer who allegedly mistook her apartment for someone else's. And when she went in, she killed the black gentleman that lived there. His name was Botham Jean. Amazing boy, amazing dude. He was an accountant. He was literally a church choir boy. And she claims that when she went in, that she thought it was an intruder in her own place, even though everything was completely different. And there was the smell of marijuana, no doubt. And her dog wasn't there. And.
She kept saying that he had a bag of weed. And I'm like, what the fuck does that got to do with any damn?
She shot and killed him. And there were protests here, and was it 5 or 6 Dallas cops got killed? I digress. The whole point in that is she was at a protest, and there were actually on record racist texts from her about having to deal with those people. And I won't repeat what they said because fuck her. But like that same one that had that same kind of little grudgy we're talking about went on to murder an innocent man, and she is still appealing. But in prison now.
To answer your question, Spiffy, probably because that would be pretty bad if like 2,000 people started standing in front of the, chief's house. That would be not good. You don't want them to threaten people in office. When you have 2,000 people standing in front of your house, it's kind of a threat.
He also fired them pretty damn quick.
Maybe they're exercising their First Amendment, right?
Like, that would be outrageous.
I really think that y'all are currently getting trolled a little bit, but that's
could be. I mean,
after all the praise that I gave Spivey, all right, go on about UA.
So the body cam footage got released today, and Alex Murdoch's what is that called? What did he do? His police interview. It was released today. And Also, yeah, that was released today. We can watch that too here after a bit or here in a sec. Also, the Paul Pelosi, they released the body cam footage of
I
him
seen
getting
that.
attacked with that hammer, and I'm like, oh my god, yes, they do it. He does it right in front of the officer. Like,
Yeah, it was
yeah,
weird. It was weird when I saw it.
yeah, very weird. And I'm like, what the hell's going? Like, what the hell is it? So anyhow, we got a couple other things to talk about too.
Yeah, that Murdoch one was crazy with the 3 officers, two in the back, one in the front.
Was it his interrogation or his arrest, you guys?
Interrogation before he got arrested, because
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
I think he ended up bleeding with a bottle of water.
My apologies. It's the police chief is a she. I misspoke. My apologies.
Yeah, it was a she, and she did a good job. She really did. She was a spunky thing too. I'm trying to think of her name right now, but I can't. Just a YouTuber. I didn't know you're local, but yeah, it was a really big deal. A really big deal.
Yeah, I watched. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, and Queen is right. After the fact, they tried to villainize him for literally like a couple of joints. It was so ridiculous, and it didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much.
I'm like, really? You guys are really gonna try to fucking pull that with a little bit of bud? No, you're making him out to be a bad person because of a little bit of bud. Bitch, you went in his fucking apartment. You walked into his fucking house. You know.
I will never forget. He had just made himself a bowl of ice cream and put a couple of cookies in the side, and like it was melting as they were trying to save him, even though they couldn't, because where she shot him, it just made him bleed to death faster. But I'll never forget that bowl of ice cream with that cookie in it, man.
Weren't they dating, or was that the
Absolutely not. They did not know each other at all.
Okay.
No. Just a trigger happy cop that broke into somebody's house and killed him, man.
Was it an apartment or was it a house? I remember seeing the apartment.
I mean,
Okay.
it was an apartment, but it was his house, you know?
Yeah, okay. So I'm trying to think if I had the right one.
Yeah, no, it was his apartment. Yeah. They lived in a multi-level apartment building in Dallas.
Hey, Ellie, what's up, chickie?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Ellie.
Labia.
Now we can really start to stream the Ellie Exposed. We're going to go into now all the terrible things Ellie does.
Oh, no. I'm out
How's your
here.
day then, Ellie?
Pretty good, you know? Pretty good, other than all this stuff. A lot going on today.
Definitely.
It seems
And
like.
present topic excluded for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty bad, all of this.
Yeah, this is a 380 from last night, right?
You know, I saw Laura was like...
It wouldn't be 380. Because
oh, yeah, 360, right?
No, it would be
180.
It would 180. It would be
180.
180.
Yeah.
We let our hair down last night a little bit, Beach him. I don't know if you
did. You guys
I don't know if you heard
Let your hair down a little bit?
So glad
we started talking about the lawyer, you know, and then it was all downhill from there.
Could you imagine?
I had to say a prayer this morning for y'all.
That was great.
It was fun.
It was nothing but shambles.
And it was needed right before this. I didn't realize we could today. I'm so glad we had a good night.
Not here to keep us in line.
Yeah.
I was in shambles.
It was pretty wild.
Oh, and
All of a sudden, there was like
my
pictures
lady
being
was hurting
sent
this
to
morning. Let's put it that
Queen.
way.
It was funny. Yeah, Tim would have been skedaddling really fast.
Well, I had to do an all-dayer for my job today, so that's why.
Perfect timing.
I figured.
So usually when I go to bed early, I know it's going to be a very annoying day. Like Monday's going to be a very annoying day. Let's just say.
Yes, ever. Last night was ladies' night. Yes, it was.
It definitely was. Yes.
Queen dropping the link, and I'm like, I'm intimidated. I don't know if I should click that link.
Tim, I'll put it this way. One of our songs for the night was Labia's on Fire.
Wow.
This
That was
labia's
Green's.
on fire.
That was Green's song, though.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Green song for sure.
I had no part of that song.
I just did y'all see the CNN interview this morning with his parents where his mother was she couldn't even
it was just
so awful.
Mm-hmm.
I I played it, but I can't put my live back up until it's ready. I'm gonna edit out the beginning so people don't have to watch the intro and stuff, and I can't edit yet. So
Oh, you going like how often are you going lives now? Because I just saw you live today. Are you doing like?
I've had the graveyard for 2 years. I've gone live a couple dozen times. I just randomly go in spurts until YouTube gets on my nerves, and then I close the graveyard for a while. But social justice issues are kind of my jam. Like I get very super interested in them. Follow all these cases like to a T. Like the last one I just followed was a Tatiana Jefferson.
Yeah.
You know, it's just my main interest, and I didn't even realize this was actually going on until Joe sent me a link, and I was like, oh my God, I have to find out about this. So I just decided to do live research so me and all my friends who had never heard about it yet could learn about it together. You know? So
yeah, I think I do this a little bit. I mostly do something kind of funny once in a while because I can't do dark stuff constantly. It's like, you know.
Yeah, you need to laugh.
I just felt like we needed to know as much as we could about Tyre Nichols, and
yeah, it's good. I mean, it's really good.
But it just depends. And I'm really like sporadic and just kind of do what I want. And you know, I enjoy hanging out with a large group, but I don't enjoy having large panels.
I don't think you know what's sporadic. I like the end of my stream. I literally was like, someone talked about sun tanning your butt. And apparently some guy who stares in the sun to clear out his brain from calcification. And he does that in the desert too. So that was the end of the stream. So
people are so kooky.
What the hell?
So
kooky.
Yeah, I was like, and then Tony was like pointing out, like, that's why you're wearing glasses, because you're staring at the sun for 5 minutes a day with no glasses. And I'm like, yeah, that's probably what happens. Why he's going blind. Is he staring at the sun, think it's giving him psychic powers?
Probably, dude. And in all the meanwhile, he's burning out his fucking retinas.
Yeah, all you have to do is oh man, no, I'm not gonna say it out loud again. Someone said it last night.
Yeah, let's be easy. This is not last night's stream. We don't.
Yeah. So that's the random element.
To provide some kind of like levity and fun, but we don't want to be disrespectful either. It's like a weird line.
Yeah.
But it'll come back on Queen Bad, not us.
Oh, Johnson's yelling at us. That's why I set my shit on a random discussion. See, and she realizes that she had caps. That was probably because she was. She recently had. She might have be turning vegan.
She turning her vegan?
No, it was specifically kidney failure, like renal failure, and cardiac arrest. Is what we're being told right now. To my knowledge, there's no like autopsy out. Everybody's just kind of guessing. Other than that, babe,
probably like internal bleeding from like all the
the internal bleeding from being beaten. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, if we put the sound on, we would not be able to talk.
I was just typing that. Thank God you said it out loud. Okay.
So
loud.
Yeah, and that would be just like
you're gonna hear the same thing. They're chanting one thing right now.
Yep. Well, typically they cycle through different chants, you know.
Yeah, like no justice, no peace type of deal.
Yeah, say his name. There's I'm sure. Sometimes they do really cool speeches, but I think that took place before this. I think we're beyond that point now.
Yeah.
Right. Beats him. Rice Krispies was the first vegan food. Did not know that.
Rice Krispies, huh?
Seriously?
What was it?
Is that why it's like full of air? It's only got air in it.
Right, just like you like it.
Is that a fact?
I don't know. Somebody'd have to Google it. I'm chopping
I thought it was
mushrooms.
made with butter, though. Is butter vegan? No.
No.
It's
Oh,
not
no.
vegan.
Margarine is, though, isn't it?
Yeah, margarine's made.
Oh,
with
maybe
oil.
there's margarine, but that would make it like plasticky. That makes
Margarine.
sense.
Margin.
Margarine.
Where are you marching to? I don't know. Like,
Where's the margarine?
That's like my New York certain things. I said margarine.
Do we have any other relevant to the topic questions in chat, you guys?
Not really. I don't know too much else. I think we covered.
Oh, you got a
everything.
vegan brownie edible today?
Yeah, she got a vegan brownie edible, and now she's gonna live in the
Send it to
forest.
you.
She
Oh,
said
she-
that she's gonna get solar panels. She believes in the, like, Mother Nature. She's becoming a hippie.
She's gonna get a composting toilet, I heard.
Yeah,
A combo-
compost.
Oh my god, I've seen those. They're
I
She's
wish I
planning
had
on
real
had to
thing.
eat
Wow.
stuffed mushrooms. Wouldn't those be yummy? Use stuffed mushrooms? Ooh. I would
Yeah.
even eat
I love
those.
portobello stuffed mushrooms.
And
Yeah.
she says she's gonna move to California with Cappy. They're all gonna have a commune, live in their commune, their communist.
A commune in
Hey, watch it, B Tim.
Tim.
Come on, B Tim.
Or goofy as shit.
Dang, beat him spicy tonight.
No, that's not
He's extra Monsanto-y.
Monsanto-y.
genetically engineered tomato.
Hey, did Lou Cuomo? I know Cuomo. Did he have sexual allegations against him? Someone was saying
Yeah.
that. the other day.
Yes, the older brother had. I'm not sure about the younger brother.
Andrew.
The
Yeah.
younger brother is accused of like helping cover it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he
CNN.
did. He
Yeah.
was like, he was like,
He did
pretend-
help.
he
kinda.
did
Andrew
cover it up.
touchy. Chris helped cover it up.
I mean, like the weirdest one was like literally a police officer that was a female police officer that was hired to watch him.
Oh,
and he was
yeah.
like touchy with her, and they had to like kind of all the other male police officers had to like be there around because they felt like so that she wouldn't feel uncomfortable because he used to he just picked
God,
like,
that's
pretty
so
well.
fucked up.
Yeah,
What a
it
fall
was.
from grace. Like his
Well, he's always
their
been a piece.
dad would have been.
He's always been bad. I mean, like literally,
Yeah.
like
Do you guys remember
took the
during his
whole-
infamous COVID speeches?
Oh
he
my
had-
god.
He
The
had
worst-
on a t-shirt that one time, and you could see his
So
fucking nipple
annoying.
rings. No, you're not.
Oh
Like,
yeah, I
you
heard
could
about
see
his nipple rings. Oh my
rings.
god, I like blocked that out about
Yeah,
him.
he's a freak,
I
dude.
forgot
The
about
worst-
that. I totally blocked that shit out. That
the
girl.
the worst the worst is the guy literally wrote a book about how his running COVID, and he's like, I got all this time, but yet he writes a book while everyone's dying in the streets. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong
or
with
in
this
like
guy?
nursing homes and stuff. Yeah.
Like he actually he gave them immunity, by the way, those nursing homes. He actually mixed the sick and the old
Yeah.
and then gave immunity to the nursing homes.
Yeah,
because they contribute. That guy is. A
I
real piece of
know.
crap. I
He's
don't
really
like him.
bad. I don't like him either.
Yeah.
Their dad wasn't so bad though. I mean, it was different
that's
time,
because
I
you
guess.
probably didn't look into him enough, probably.
Yeah, I was
Oh, yeah,
about to
probably
say, we
not.
probably just don't know about that shit.
Yeah, he's probably all politicians are.
Yeah, like
crazy.
that. Like it's
A
just
lot
how
of
it
them.
is.
The
Without
apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Right? I'm sure. At least
Usually.
those two.
Yes, usually, or it like falls half a state away. You know,
I
used to
just
be-
don't. I just don't like the Cuomo's. I don't like any of the Cuomo's.
That
You
whole
guys,
little like sideshow between the two of them during the pandemic though was ridiculous. Like
Yes,
they were
it
like
was.
talking about like what they like their mom's like spaghetti and meatball. Like they just had like this whole like band, and they like seemed like they didn't really like each other too.
Yeah,
you know?
I found it insulting as a part.
So
as an Italian. Yeah.
Speaking of all the people that died in New York, you guys, and like Perfectly was talking about when we were watching the footage and stuff, like people that kill and have all these things done, and they're all capable of being apprehended without dying. Like, look, they got Brian Koberger and nobody roughed him up. Like, why don't they beat to death the ones that like deserve it? Like, so we could
because
just,
usually they're good cops that arrest them because
that
you're
are
not supposed-
finding them. Yeah. Good.
Because the majority of the cops are good, and there's a very small minority that are really bad. And
Like
unfortunately,
everything.
they
Like
get
every
them.
profession. There's like nurses
Yeah.
that like kill
I mean,
people.
but I'm saying like unfortunately when someone fucks up, there's like worldwide news. When someone when they do their job, of course they're not going to cover that because you're doing your job. As a police officer, you don't get any praise.
Well,
for doing
yeah,
your
but
job.
that's
But
not
we
even what
see
I mean.
it
I mean,
in
like,
true
why can't they
crime.
beat to death some of these perverts that are like R-ing children or something?
Well,
like, why is it always
that's
got
the
to be like?
justice system
Well,
has to
let
take
them
care of
let them
that.
get
not-
convicted first of their crime because we don't know if they're innocent or not, and then you can do that.
I guess in most cases, yes, but some cases we know.
I know, but there's still the justice system, and there's
I wasn't looking for realistic answers. Okay.
Okay. All right.
I'm pissed off because I
Yeah.
watched this kid get beat to death. My
No,
bad.
I know.
You know, I just don't understand. I was more like being a hypothetical asshole.
Oh,
Like
of
I
course.
just,
No, I
you
get
know,
it. I get it. I totally get
I
it.
mean, Spiffy's being a little spicy. It's respect, but they are marching for the same wrong reasons. They feel entitled. They aren't marching for unity. It's a blame game, and some aren't taking the appropriate accountabilities.
well, then you should form your own signs and go out and have a counter protest and come back and tell us how that
Well,
goes.
don't do that. We're gonna be like fucking. We're gonna be accused of like.
Allegedly.
We're gonna be accused of that too.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh my
no, I
God.
need some firsthand footage of how that goes for Spivey.
Like we're gonna have to be like accused by Dolly. Like look what they're doing. They're
That's
telling
right.
them, and then you got clipped for saying that. We're done. But
Well, you know, you can learn a lot by participating firsthand.
no, I think like what he's generally doesn't understand is like it's just it allows people to, like I said, to blow off steam. It's better for people to
Yeah.
blow off steam just walking on the street, screaming a little bit, and filming than them getting violent. Because what happened with
Exactly.
George Floyd, like the thing is, like a lot of people don't realize one of the issues why people probably exploded was because the whole lockdown. A lot of people were just bottled up in their homes. They couldn't do anything.
Well,
And
that
was
and
the spark.
historically, whenever it comes to civil rights movements, when things
Yeah.
get really bad and
Yeah.
there really needs to be a change, sometimes the protests do turn violent.
Yeah.
It's
So
not just, and it's not just because they're assholes. Sometimes groups of people get so grieved and enraged that they flip the fuck out in the
Oh
street.
yeah. We've seen it happen.
Spiffy,
Yeah.
I will tell you this: your writings to your state officials, unless you're a multi-millionaire and you donated a lot of money,
Yeah,
it's probably going in the trash. Maybe they'll get the secretary to do like some poor sap that'll have to do a reply with one of those digital signatures that they'll.
Yep. You'll get an
Well-
email, maybe a little sticker on an envelope in the mail if you're
Yeah,
super.
yeah. Unless you're like someone that's given 50,000 or
Yes.
yeah. Unfortunately, that's the.
Yeah, and there's no accountability to be taken on the victim's behalf, Spivey. I don't know if you've seen the footage, but he was beaten senseless for literally zero reason.
He wasn't even supposed to have been pulled over, according to the chief of police and a judge. So if you feel like you're meeting kind of a semi-hostile response, it's because you're speaking from a place of ignorance right now, and everybody just watched this man be beat to death. So we're a little bit wound up. So please forgive us if we don't seem tolerant at the moment.
Literally to death. He is no longer with us.
Yeah, I mean,
They tried to save him for 3 days before his body finally just went kaput.
Yeah, and I think like a lot of people just don't realize that protesting's are actually good. A peaceful protest is good, and I think it's always good to do.
Well, and you can air public grievances, just like when you have a funeral and people come together to grieve. This is a way for the public to do so publicly, right?
By the way, just as a good example of a peaceful protest. Now compare that to the Quentin Simon peaceful protests, quote unquote. Do you see them having baby crying music or dancing or line dancing in the middle of the street in front of anything?
Twerking?
Of course not.
Twerking? No. Okay, so next time Betty wants to do a peaceful protest, please use this as your fucking example, where people are just walking the streets and just protesting, being peaceful and not fucking smashing things.
Their voices,
Yeah.
And they'll be gone by tomorrow. They're not going to camp out there for like 3 weeks.
Yeah. So
no, sometimes it does last.
But they usually go every night, though. They don't do it like every day and night. I mean, not usually.
You know, in many, there were several days damn near around the clock of
During
protest.
George Floyd.
They did peaceful demonstrations by day and burnt shit down by night.
That was during the pandemic, right? That like summer of love part.
That was like June. Wasn't that June 2020, you guys?
Yeah.
June 2020, I think.
Yeah.
I want to say, God, let me not get lying. I don't remember the exact date, but I believe that's June of 2020.
It was the summer of 2020 for sure.
Yeah, they definitely burnt the place down, man.
Oh yeah, even in my
Some
city,
of them were
they
just bad actors. I watched a lot of it being streamed.
There
live.
were bad actors.
Oh yeah,
totally.
there were some protesters trying to stop the bad actors. Like they were like, "What the hell are you doing?" And I seen the films of it because some people just want to destroy things. They use the opportunity to.
They take advantage of it. That's what they did in my neighborhood. They kind of came in and like tried to break into like businesses in my place. You know, like just because they could, and there was a lot going on, and there was like police over there, so they did.
Yeah, it's and
It wasn't good. Yeah.
I think it's it was very tragic how that whole situation occurred, where everyone just started smashing things during that.
Everybody be kind in the chat.
There was National Guard too, and there's gonna be like National Guard. I heard in Portland there's National Guard already for this because this
Oh,
is
they
probably
started organizing for that way earlier.
Please in the chat, don't ask what people's races are. That's not a smart idea.
Yes.
Who's asking? Yeah, that's not
War
cool.
asked Anna. Anna asked back, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think that's appropriate for the conversation.
Yeah, we would like everybody to be able to chat as anonymously as they would like to. So let's try to keep personal questions like that to a minimum, please. If somebody would like to say what their race is along with their opinion, they're more than welcome to. But I don't think we should be asking you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfectly. Rest in peace, Tyre Nichols. I would love to see some of his photography. Apparently that was one of the forms of art he enjoyed.
Yeah. And he had a son?
4-year-old, yep.
Yeah.
Jeez, he won't even remember him.
Yeah,
No.
it's like a young age. Yeah.
Luckily, though, this day and age, there's so many videos and pictures of people now that it sure is a lot easier to help children remember.
It's true. Yeah.
Which is not the same as having your fucking dad by any wild stretch. But
at least it's
you can hear him
something.
speak. Yeah, you can hear him speak and maybe see the gait of his walk or, things that you wouldn't have been able to do.
So true.
It just seems like such just God.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, is it on
Go.
Instagram? Well, damn, I might have to get an Instagram just so I can see that.
See what?
So that I can see his photography.
Oh, on Instagram?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Are they saying anything right now, or are they? Because it looks like some sort of interview is happening.
Is it? I don't.
We're like in the back, but
yeah, maybe somebody's giving a speech. It's very possible. Queen, are you where you can turn up the volume at all, babe?
They're probably getting this one. Wait, oh, this is live, right? So okay, what's not a? This reminds you of the other one where they stopped and said we're marching our ass down. No, blah 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 blah. Did you say you were Italian, Tim? I think you said you did.
Want me to do, baby? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Are they
curious what they're talking? Sorry, Tim. What they're talking?
Okay, hold on. I'll turn it up.
Yeah, if we could have a little bit of volume, that'd be cool.
Brother, cousin, was out for them, not for us. We lived our lives, but we got to recognize that the generation that's coming up behind us, because history does repeat itself. Let's understand that history does repeat itself. So, we really appreciate the families for giving us this opportunity to march for Tyre Nichols. Let's not forget him. Let's not forget the family. Let's continue to pray for the families. Let's continue to pray for our city. These cops got to pay for what they did. They got to pay. We got to keep hitting the streets. It means tomorrow. It means Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 7 days a week. We don't give up. We give them hell until justice is served. And we ain't talking about their justice. We talking about our justice. So hear me when I say this. Hope is there. Don't feel like it's not here. When days get long, hope is there. Don't give up. We letting up off these politicians. Remember, we the one that put them in office. So we the one that has the power to get them out of office. And they need to remember that. When they asking for our votes, when they asking for our money, they need to remember that. And I'm pretty sure they watching. And they know who I am. So that's why I took that ski mask off. MPD know who I am. OCU know who I am. So let's remember tomorrow, let's bring the same energy, the same energy that we brought today. Let's bring it tomorrow. I'm gonna pass it on to my sister Amber.
Yeah, I feel better.
I'm pretty sure she got something to say. And then we have, a young lady who was also out here
It's not a
that was
lot.
marching with us.
It's like anything, man. You have
lost
anything
her
on your
cousin,
back,
Gary
a certain
Stewart,
way,
at
it's a
the
lot
Direction Church
easier.
by police officer Colin Schilling. He was handcuffed and shot down in the back. So I'm gonna pass it over to Amber, and then we're gonna let the young lady speak for a second.
No, thank you. I'm good. I'm sorry. No, I'm good, man. I'm good.
Around the United States, there are families that have what happened to that boy? She's not in Texas. What happened to my cousin? She's not in Texas. What happened to any of these unarmed black men, black women? It should not have happened. And I'm out here, and I stand with her, and I stand with the family, and I stand with everybody. We all deserve this. One thing about it, like, the guns up here.
Oh, no. Probably needs some people.
And we took a lot of money out of their pocket. It might not look like you did nothing, but I promise you, you done something. You know the system, and you know what it is where it hurts you. You don't have to raise your hand. Only thing you got to do is get a voice and energy. The man is power and help. Stop it. You know, it ain't no good thing. We all are out there. We came together. We got the job done. One thing like Tomio said, hey man, it just don't stop here. We gotta keep on pushing.
Run 310 is falling off the trip. All right, guys.
Why tell you this thing? I keep on going. I've been around it long. And we standing over
Yeah, you guys, you still up or not?
like real talk, man. And I see each and every last one of y'all.
Do you need the
Well, Spivey, in my opinion, they're talking about past situations because they have led up to Tyree's situation.
What nobody's saying about we need to do this. Hey man, we standing on business to this family, man.
Queen, I forwarded you the site for Tyre photography.
It's just that simple, man. Hey, I want everybody to enjoy themselves. Move, go home, regroup. I don't know about y'all, man. Real quick, looking out for another coach.
Yes, he can. They called the paramedics at like just shy of 22 minutes.
Yeah, if they would have called it right away, he would have been alive. He might have lived. That's a ridiculous argument, Spivvy, or whatever. Like this current is completely different than anything in the past.
No, it's not. It's police violence. Spivey, I'm done responding to you.
You guys want me to stay on the bridge or do you want me to go to a different one? Okay. Okay, thank you. Bye. Bye.
Really
That's
sad.
a little too loud.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Really sad
I don't
situation.
know if you saw, but I just sent you links and a couple of pictures of Tyre Nichols' photography that perfectly sent over for us to see if you wanted to. That was his like art, his jam. He was a photographer. Some of those are beautiful. He was also a skater. Apparently was always smiling.
Oh, this is horrible. I messaged like 5 of my friends. They have zero clue this is going on.
Could
Like
y'all
my
hear
town
me?
friends, yeah, they have no clue.
Could y'all hear me reading or no?
No, we didn't hear anything from
Okay,
you.
hold on. Let me pull it up over here. Somebody just sent me a statement from Tyree's mother to the 5 officers. Give me just 1 second. It says here, Tyre Nichols' mother, to the 5 police officers that murdered my son, you also disgraced your own families when you did this, Miss Wells said. I'm going to pray for you and your families because at the end of the day, this shouldn't have happened. This just shouldn't have happened. We want justice for my son, justice for my son. She remembered her son as someone who is passionate about photography, sunsets, and skateboarding, and who showed little interest in conforming. I tried to get him a pair of Jordans one time, and he said no. He wants some Vans, and she said, referring to the shoes that are synonymous with skateboarding. I'm just telling you, he was a beautiful soul. He was a good boy. No one's perfect, but he was damn near close. And those are words from his mother.
He wasn't even like in gangs or anything like that. Wow.
No, he was a skater kid, dude. They actually, some skaters, I think, were getting together to demonstrate for him, like the skateboarding community was.
Yeah.
Yes, Montana Jade, they were all arrested. 4 of 5, last I checked, had bonded out.
I was just going to say, I think they all bonded out except for 1, right?
Yes, ma'am. 4 of the 5. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Did you see the pictures I sent you? Go look real quick. Those are Tyree's photos that I sent, as well as his link. He and it's kind of
You want to put
ironic.
it up? Are you by the computer or no?
I'm on my phone, unfortunately, but they, what's ironic is that he was actually going to photograph the sunset and he was on his way home when this happened to him. Aren't those beautiful?
Yeah, they are. I'll put them up real quick. We can show them.
Yeah, they're beautiful. I'll probably put something together too, just to honor him. He was 29 pecan pie and he weighed in, what I'm understanding, at about 150 pounds. He was not a large dude.
Like a tall, skinny guy. That's what he looked like to me when he was.
Yeah, he looked a little bit lanky. Yeah.
Doing the mirror selfie deal,
Yeah. It's a definite loss.
Yeah, he was not a big dude whatsoever.
Looks like Ben Crump also put something out. And my phone is going to die. I'm going to charge for a bit, you guys. I'll be back.
Yeah. I'm actually going to step away. Thanks for having me on.
All righty. Well,
good night, B. Tim.
I'm going to skedaddle. Guys, I'll see
skedaddle.
you.
You gotta get that 10-minute warning.
All right. No problem. You guys have a good one. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Oh gosh. Sorry. I just tripped. I can't believe how tall this guy is.
Yeah, he is really tall. He is.
Murdoch?
Alex Murdoch? I didn't realize he was that
I
damn
know.
tall.
He is tall. He lost a lot of weight too.
He is
You know his
very
lawyer is a
skinny.
senator.
Yeah, I didn't
I
recognize
bet you
him.
I bet you that suit fit him when he went into court. When he first went in before he was arrested.
His freaking interview is eerie, man. It really is.
The one in the his like
Park.
original that one's crazy. Yeah. What do you think of it? What do you think?
You guys,
He's
you want to go over
unbelievable.
that next, or you want to get off
Yeah.
here? What do y'all want to do?
It's up to you. I got another like 25 minutes.
I'd go
It's
for
up
them
to you,
if you want.
Queen. If you want to go over it, you have time. We can go
6'4"?
over it. Otherwise, we've got content for another day.
Well, yeah, it's up to you. I mean, I don't really care. I don't. It's
Whatever you guys
Tomorrow
want.
night I got a flight at
I
1
can go
a.m.
Discord and chat with Ellie, and go do spaces and all that bullshit. I mean, it doesn't
You guys like
matter.
those Twitter spaces, huh?
I'm here to
What?
hang out. It's
You
Friday
guys like
night.
those Twitter spaces?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
well, you can listen to the one. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't listen to a bunch of them. I just do the one, like, you know what I mean. That's about the Idaho case and stuff.
Yeah, I listened to one UFC. One was like a couple hundred people in there sometimes. I got a fight tomorrow at 1. It starts at 1 a.m. because it's a.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I'll be up from 1 to like 6:30 in the morning calling fights.
Wow.
I drove in a damn
I don't know
blizzard
if I can
today.
do that. Jeez, Louise.
I know. I've been doing it for 3.5 years. I have not watched a UFC fight with volume on in 3.5 years.
So okay, so what do you think about this case with Alex? What do you think about this? You think first of all, do you think he killed his wife and his son? Do you think that he's the one that did it?
I mean, the interview was. He seems like. I mean, I had the assumption that he was guilty before I watched that. But when you watch that, it's like, damn, this guy is. But then you
What'd
have
you
that
watch?
whole thing with the interview of him in the car with the 3 officers.
Oh, okay.
It's. I mean,
That was really interesting. It's like it's the night it happened, like
Yep.
that night.
Yep.
It's really, yeah. Like
Yep.
he's calm, but then he's like very emotional. I don't know what to make of it.
I mean, he sits there and balls his eyes out for a minute. I think he's guilty, but
He says some really interesting thing. I don't know. I like watched it a couple of times, and like that lawyer, was going. Yeah, he's going over. Everybody's is going over it. Yeah, it's
I think he knows more, but if he didn't do it, I think he's involved in setting it up.
But that Snapchat that his like son did at like it was like right before the murder and right before his son, like before Paul's he did some kind of Snapchat because like something he was like sending a video of his dog to his friend because something was wrong with his dog or something, and it was Alex's voice was in it, and so was Maggie, both of them. So they both, and so that could be the smoking gun kind of, because if his voice is on there like right before the murder and right before his Paul's like phone is turned off for good, and it's.
I think they're gonna have a tough case. That's the problem.
You think? Well,
Yeah.
because we'll see.
It's like air every time you hit that.
Every time I hit that, oh wow, you can know when I hit the button. Wow, that's weird.
And like, well, it's kind of like B Tim's, because B Tim's does it too. When he hits it, you can. It's like it's like air. You know what I mean? It's just like there's like air back there. You know what I mean? Can you hear it or
It
no?
sucks all the air out of the room.
Yeah, it's like as soon as you hit it, it's like.
Okay, I'm gonna do it real quick.
I didn't know if I was one or not. You know what I mean? Okay, so look, I was gonna say about this here. We'll play. You know what? We'll play the body cam footage of Alex or Alec or Alex. What does he go by? Alec or Alex?
I think it's Alec.
I mean, it's a bit.
Alex.
Even like an Emily D. Baker, everybody was like, "Is it?" He goes by Alec, but it's spelled Alex. But everyone's like, "Is it Alex or is it Alec?" Either one, but it's Alec. He goes by Alec Murdoch, not Murdoch. It's so weird. His whole name is off.
I think
My
it's
dog is
Southern
barking.
hospitality where that twang also makes you want to believe it more. When you watch it, you guys let me know.
Well, he's like a lawyer too. I'm sorry, my dog is so barky.
Yeah, that's right. He is a lawyer. I forgot. So yeah, you can clearly see that or feel that now.
He comes from like a history, like his dad was a lawyer. Like he comes from like they had to supposedly take down like the portrait
Long
of
family lineage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
in that area, and who knows what else they were involved in. I don't know. I feel like this goes deep with all like the boating accident with his son, and just there's a lot to this whole case.
Yes.
I think he's like charged for like 100 different things, including like all of the stuff like at his law firm that they uncovered, like all of these insurance fraud, money that was stolen. Like there's like 100 charges or so against something like that. I bet the chat will know.
If you haven't watched this in the chat, make sure you watch. Listen to this. Who's that? Joneson. What up, Joneson?
Oh yeah, he's disbarred totally.
I don't know what the fuck
Hey,
to think
Joneson.
about this dude.
I know, right? Because he's like calm 1 minute, and then he's crying the next minute, and then he's like,
Yeah, I'm kind of in between. I don't know. I feel like we need to be deep diving on because I don't know what to think either,
Yeah.
girl. I'm like half and half with you. You know what I mean? Like
I know.
guilty,
Like-
but then again, I'm like, damn, what if he's not? You know what I mean? Like, what if something really did? What if he had something?
Here's the thing. He's a sketchy fucking dude. He
Yeah.
does
Total sketch.
fraudulent shit. He fucks people over. Now, let's just say, what if we didn't know about all that? Would we still think he was guilty?
Yeah.
Would you still lean that way?
Well, we're gonna see in the next few weeks.
I think
you know
it's
what I
going to be
mean?
hard. They're not trying to prove. Now, I could see him setting it up the same way he set that dude up to come kill him. I could see him setting it up like that, like a hit. But that's not what they're charging him with. They're charging him with doing it himself.
But that Snapchat, which hasn't come out yet, that's supposed to be really big. Have you heard about that? It's like at 8:46 or something, and I think that's when the murders happen, and that's when like his son's phone goes off for good. So his voice is on there outside near the kennel. So if they play that could be like, you know.
Well, they're saying he had 10 minutes to go change his clothes, take a shower, change his clothes, and get over to his mom's house. That's a tight squeeze.
Yeah, it is. Holy crap.
To get all the way to his mom's house?
But did his lie, or is that off the phone? How do we know he went to? I mean, like, what am I missing here about the? Let's see, I need to go over his paperwork and like his docs, and you know what I'm saying, like all the shit.
I'll send you stuff. Yeah, he did go to his mom's.
If
like,
I'm
that's
not
his, like,
mistaken,
alibi.
it was a ping. Yeah.
So
they corroborated it with.
And he was seen there, and he was seen like bringing in like a blue blue rain jacket or something, which could have been held some kind of.
How do we know he didn't go to his mama's and take a shower and change? We don't know.
We don't know because he wasn't a suspect at the beginning. You know what I mean?
I don't know
well, I
how
mean, he
I feel.
always is, I guess, to some degree, but he wasn't like.
Well, that car would have more evidence in it then if he didn't take a shower there, if he had to get in the car and drive to his mom's.
That's true, too.
I think it's too late for all that. I don't think they took his car and stuff, but they did like take his, like, because of that, like, gunshot residue, they did take his clothes, I believe, but they think he might have changed because remember, like in this, you see his shirt right there, it's very white, and he said he went over and turned them over, and there would have been like a lot of blood on his shirt.
He would have definitely got blood on his shirt for sure.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
This is the most damaging thing so far in this case is the fact that his shirt is so crisp and clean because they even asked the detective, right? Wasn't it the detective that they asked, is it your opinion that he changed? And they said, yeah, because I mean, he was sweaty, but his clothes were fresh.
Yeah.
It does look like he's wearing that shirt all day, though. Look at his belly and then like the collar of it. No?
I feel like it does, but why does it not have blood on it?
It could be just like an old t-shirt, you know, or just a t-shirt that he was wearing earlier, but not during, you know.
If he was smart, he would have. That's exactly what he would have done. You know what I mean? Have an old t-shirt from earlier that day and just put it back on, so it looked like it was the shirt he wore all day.
And also, none of the stuff let's play it, Queen, because none of the stuff he says in here is really alarming to me.
No,
I feel like he's talking to him the same way I feel like I would.
But like, but wouldn't you be freaking out if you're like husband and son, you know, God forbid? Wouldn't you be like freaking out? I mean, everybody's different, I guess, but I don't know.
Yeah, he's a little calm.
He's flat. He's calm and flat a little. Like
I think I would. And then he stops. It's just.
He could be in shock too, though, Ellie.
He could be in shock, yeah, but I don't know. There's something like he's too like detailed. I don't know. Like he's a little too clear thinking. Like he's.
If he gets cleared totally, I'm gonna feel bad.
I don't know.
I already know what I feel like inside. You know what I mean? But then I watch this.
I feel like he could get off. It depends. They got to have something.
It depends. Yeah,
really
he has a good lawyer, kind of. You know. The lawyer, though, is interesting, was the same lawyer as for his son, Paul, which for his boating accident. So talk about conflict of interest. Like he's the victim, you know, all the conflict of interest we're talking about with Idaho and Ann Taylor, like that's the victim's father's lawyer also, right? So that's a big mess. But that's like your pay for that. It's different being like assigned and paid, I guess. You know, this is their family lawyer.
He does, Monica. He shuts off the crime real quick.
This was also 2 hours after he found them. So we don't know what process he went through in those 2 hours. Well, if he went through a process, oh, you're talking about the grief. Yeah,
like
yeah, this
freaking
was a
out
while
part.
after it happened. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe like if he was like hyperventilating or something. You know, I don't know. Everybody's different though, right? With all this. Like you said, some people go into shock, some
I'm
people,
in the
yeah,
air right now. I'm 50-50 on my opinion.
50-50.
When
I'm
my
like
mother passed, though, oh, go ahead.
I'm like 60-40 here. You know what
Are
I mean?
you?
60-40.
Yeah, well, because
I'm
I know
like
Mama.
80-20.
I was gonna say I know that.
I'm 75-25. I'll be honest.
At least.
I always am. But when my mother passed away, I remember when I got on the phone with, I think it was my dad. I remember hysterical crying, and then stopped and like was just in total shock, and then would go back into, you know what I mean? And it was just like for a couple hours, just nonstop, just uncontrolled. I couldn't control it no matter what. So
I'm gonna
that's
tell
what.
y'all. I think that he set it up as a hit. I don't think he personally did it. And I think that it's possible he will get off because he didn't personally do it and they don't have a way to prove that he did so far. So we got to just see what they present. But that's where my mind is. And that I know that's totally opposite.
You have to see what happens. You have to see what happens. I mean, like we'll have to see it unfold. But that once I heard about that,
But I do
some
think
of the
he had
evidence,
something to do with it, for sure.
yeah.
But they're trying to prove he did it himself.
She said, "I'm concerned about the state proving it, though. The defense only has to convince one juror." True. True.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's exactly right.
All right, let's roll it. Let's roll it.
Let's roll it.
Let's roll.
Rolling.
All right, sir. I left the house without my watch.
12:57.
He does look nervous right there a second ago. I wanted to point that out.
Is he moving?
All right, Mr. Murdoch.
Yep.
Your full name for me,
Okay.
please.
Richard Alexander Murdoch.
And spell your last name so I get it correct.
Murdaughh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdoch?
May 27th, 1968.
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
All right, sir.
I'm at 80% now.
And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Colleton County, and I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was.
I'm so sorry.
And I could see his brain on his. And I ran over to Maggie, and actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I mean, I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to take, I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911 pretty much right away. And she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there were some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not the, no, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old is Paul?
22.
Okay. You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11th, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
All right, so we're doing round 2 now.
Yeah.
So that's it. Oh, whoops. Guess I'll have to go back to it then. Hold on one second. Let me go back on it.
I don't think any of their pets were killed. No. Mm-mm.
You could see something in his eyes. It's
Ellie, say
I
that
don't trust
again.
him. Oh, none of his pets were killed. People are asking in like the chat, like no pets about the pets. There's no pets that were killed because it was out by the dog kennel, and like that's where she like that was part of his alibi. All part of his thing is like, oh, Maggie would go out to be with her dogs at the kennel. It's like, why don't you bring him in the house? But whatever. Yeah, but so no.
I noticed he was quick to throw that in about Maggie was the dog lover.
Mm-hmm. And that she would spend a lot of time. I think that's like, I think the Snapchat guys is gonna, because in the Snapchat is right before the murders, and then this police video is right after. So if he's wearing something different in that Snapchat, if he's in it, it might just be his voice. But if he's
That's what I
actually
was
in
going
it
to ask you.
wearing
Did he
something
change his?
different,
Did he change his clothes because he said that he rolled over his son? There's no way he wouldn't get blood on him. You know what I mean?
But didn't this questioning happen a couple hours after? He could have already changed his clothes.
That's my question. Is if he changed? Did he say he changed? You know what I mean? Because I'm
Wouldn't-
sure they asked the same thing to him. Like, where's the blood?
Would
If
they
you
have
rolled
taken his clothes though for like that gunshot residue because he was there? They have to,
Well,
Yeah,
and
he
I'm
would have
sure
it on
his
his
hands
fingers,
were
too.
swabbed for gunshot residue.
Mm-hmm.
When he sniffles and stuff, he sounds like a little kid that got in trouble. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I
He's just,
agree. Yeah.
you know, I'll say this. I mean, grief, you deal with grief differently. You know, everybody deals with grief differently.
Yeah,
So
everybody does. It's so true. It's so true. He could be in shock. He could be, you never know. Or he could be guilty, but you never know. Yeah, Deet said that we're not going to know about that Snapchat until it comes out in court. But that's going to be really interesting.
that real tight, you know.
Or keeping like certain things, like, with everything, like the really big parts of the case, they have to keep it, top secret. Oops.
Hush, hush. Yeah.
No clothes were found, I ever said. Did you rewind it?
All right, so this is part 2. No,
Oh,
part 1
2.
is over. This is part 2.
Roger that.
There's 5 of them. So
What's Maggie's full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdoch.
And her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers, people breaking in?
None that I know of. The only thing what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that, and there's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story, because I don't think they give it to me, but I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person in particular or group of people?
I don't know.
That you could think of?
Not that I know, no, sir.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time he gets
recently?
Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
What kind of,
I'm gonna kick your ass, I've never been privy firsthand,
Is that through social media or?
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what he goes out like somewhere. He's in college, so if he goes out is what I understand. I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
Who's his best friend?
His best friend in Colombia is Will's Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together. in Columbia.
You said Will Chapman and Will Loving?
Wills with an S,
Okay.
Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving.
Okay.
Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Tootin? Nolan Tootin?
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one? I'm sorry.
Rogan Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I tried to call Rogan, was one of the people he's the boy that I told you lives
Okay,
around the corner.
okay.
That's very, he's just a good, helpful young man. You mind if I open the door really quickly?
Go right ahead. Do what you need to do. So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head.
Okay.
I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it, but it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys, and the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs, and that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now, I really don't think this guy, is probably the person, but that's just so freaking.
Yeah, that's kind of far-fetched story.
It's weird, but he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
CB Rowe.
ROWE?
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers, and so, I'm sure he's a little bit.
Where does he live?
I don't exactly know. Somewhere in in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, please, sir?
I do. But I do think him and Paul got along pretty well. That's just really, really weird. All right. CB.
Yeah, that part 2, to me, I don't know if you guys agree, was very sketchy and sus.
Yeah, it just seems like he's like too kind of like his answers are too planned, and he's just, I don't know. I just don't totally trust him, to be honest.
He's very well spoken.
For just 2 hours ago, finding out your wife,
entire family has been your son and wife have been brutally murdered.
Shock looks different, but this doesn't look like anything. I don't, you know what I mean?
Michelle's comment. He this is his thoughts. Are this cognate after just finding his wife and son murdered? You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know. It sounds
I
almost
think
like
they're in the police car because the police car has the cam. Somebody's asking why is he in the car. I think they're in like the police car because
that.
the police car has the camera
Yeah,
to
and
have
they
it
said
being
there's
recorded, right?
yeah,
I
detective
would
in the front,
imagine
lawyer
for
in the
the
back, like
official record.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for this very reason that we're watching this, right?
yeah.
Yes, and that's his attorney in the behind the
In the back.
officer.
It's
Yep.
interesting he called his attorney out to the scene too very quickly, you know.
Oh yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, but I mean, like
Well,
John Bonet and
he's a lawyer.
you know,
He's a lawyer.
too. You know, they called lawyers right away as well. You know what I mean? Like they just right. He's a
Yeah,
lawyer.
it's interesting. I mean, lawyers to have his lawyer out there right away, you know.
They know
it's
not to talk to
interesting.
the police without having an attorney present. They know.
Oh, it's raining.
That's
Dee
cool.
says that they're in there because it's raining, and the officer in the back explained it in court today. Oh, I didn't hear that part. But the
Nice.
guy, thanks,
Damn.
Beats.
I've been watching
Beats with the
She
facts.
has 20,000 people in her chat today.
Who?
Oh, Emily.
Yes, Emily Baker. She's
Yeah.
doing great.
Oh my God, she had like more than like like Court TV had like 5,000. I mean, I think Long Crime had a lot, but like she had a lot of people in there asking her questions, and I love her. I'm watching. Yeah, somebody else is watching on with her.
Yeah, I know he called me, so I'll go to that. Okay.
843-540-9335. You need to get that phone on the charge, Alec, if you can.
You hear what the lawyer just said to him?
Watch your leg for a second, please.
You need to get your phone, that phone on a charge when you can. That was something I never picked up. That's weird.
When did he tell that story to Paul?
Sometime last week.
Okay.
Sometime last week. My son Paul actually, I really do not think, on all honesty, that it's him, but I know y'all got to check it out. But Paul was so taken aback by it that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it.
Okay.
No. But for all his weirdness, I do think they got along pretty good.
How long had he been working here?
I guess about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, a couple months.
Okay. Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard on for Paul that you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
Most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know.
Okay.
It was some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know.
Okay.
It's like, for example, he went out in Charleston a couple months ago, came back, he got a black eye, and, he can't defend himself right now because he has these charges. So, Paul was a real tough man's man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he would just.
He would defend himself, but he hadn't been.
That's right. But
How was he handling that case? Running over everybody.
as far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here.
Mm-hmm.
I need to find out if there were any out here because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12-gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was. I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was a camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. But I don't think it was out here
Okay.
recently. But I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when deputies pulled up, where did that come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun. Probably overreacting, but.
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I came out and I called 911 first.
Mm-hmm.
Talked to them for a little while, and then I told her.
You told her
that I was going to go to the house.
Okay.
And that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
Okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one, but I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we could compare if that shotgun was out here and now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Try to figure that out.
No, absolutely.
And I know living out here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns.
Yeah. Shotguns, rifles.
Pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. You name it across the board, we have them.
Okay.
And all of them we have are, in a hunting room in our house.
What was their schedule today? When did they get home?
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home to deal with the sunflowers.
Yeah, all that sniffling, all them fucking excuse. I don't know. I'm feeling like he's super fucking sketch.
Look at the way
I feel like he's super fucking sketch for real.
Dude, I've got it so that I can just keep seeing just him on my TV as I'm working and listening.
Oh, good
Dude,
God.
he keeps looking at the actual camera. Like, I keep making eye contact with this fucker.
Oh no. He definitely changed his clothes, I think.
Yeah, he was getting lots of calls from family and friends. Okay, what is this? Sled still needed to download his phones, and he was waiting on a call back from Buster. It was all talked about in court, the charge thing.
Yeah, I went back 3 times. I don't know if you want to play it real quick, but I'm telling you, when the lawyer in the back says you need to charge your phone, Alec, or something like that.
Yeah, he tells him to charge his phone up. Yeah,
his phone. I went back 3 times, guys. Everybody in the chat. His phone. He pulled it out of his own pocket, and the lawyer isn't even bending over. He's leaning back. He just says it.
Right. I don't know. I don't see what's the big deal about that. Like, I don't.
I think that was like maybe like they talked beforehand. He's like, hey, if I say this, man, you need to chill out a little bit, stop talking as much. I mean, it just sounded so weird to me.
It's like code word or something.
Yeah, I swear to God. Like, I swear to God. Get him to stop talking. I swear to everything I love.
Who's he quoting? Oh, to his like lawyer or something?
When you rewatch it, just let me know what you think.
Nick, I think I'm gonna need you to take the tinfoil off your head.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh. It went up your nose. Ouch, I hate that.
Sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay. So before dinner time? Before
Oh, yes, ma'am.
lunchtime? Or?
No, ma'am.
What brother does Paul work for?
John Marvin.
And what does Paul do for him?
Everything.
Just handyman?
Yes, sir.
Was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
Oh, no. I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
Okay, so she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regularly.
Okay.
She comes out here a lot.
Do you have any cameras on your property?
I have deer cameras, but none, around up here.
Where are they at?
On different deer stands.
Okay, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields and
Okay.
but there's none that, are near here.
Okay.
What doctor did Maggie see today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I can't. I want to say Gordine
Okay.
is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
Nope, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up. I called Maggie. Didn't get an answer. And I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
Now, what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message.
All right. I texted her at 9:08, going to check on M, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47. That must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that, but let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her.
Oh my God, that noise makes me want to punch him.
And then I tried Paul. And then, no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been riding over there. $10:03. I mean, my calls are right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously this is when I, at 10:06,
I got my eyes on a lawyer.
Let's see what Deets wrote.
This dude needs a decongestant. Might I recommend Zyrtec?
Or just spit or something. Is he spitting right now? I hope.
Fuck, I feel like this is as bad as Mary.
Oh,
Oh my
Snuffy.
gosh.
I am
Oh,
having
Snuffy.
a little bit of PTSD.
Jeez.
Right? Ay. So South
Snuffleupagus.
Carolina Law Enforcement Division took over because of his local connection. So Dee said that was a good thing, which because of his, he has so much, like, it's crazy that, I mean, he didn't, who knows, like, he has so much, like, used to have so much, you know, like, local.
Thinking like allegedly cocaine sniffles, pecan pie.
Whole Snuffy Snuff. Okay.
I mean,
He's
that or
into
his adenoids needed to be taken out a long time ago.
That he was down
Supposedly
the
he
ski
had like
slopes.
a big opioid addiction. That's like an, you know, it's like it's part of the whole thing. That's why he was like in debt, or you know, or owed so much money. You know, he owed a lot of money. He had like a crazy.
Can I ask why the guy's shirt in the back seat is like half off?
I know, right?
I
That's
have
his
had my eyes on
lawyer.
this entire fuck since I heard that. I'm telling you guys right now, it's not a conspiracy. When you have a
You know
chance,
his-
please watch it apart.
A lawyer now was also like the lawyer for his son Paul during his boating accident.
Right.
Oh wait, Chronicles of the Shady was talking about the lawyer in the back, baby. Okay, hold on, baby. Let me look. She said, hold on. She or well, he. I don't know. I call her. I say she because I call everybody she. But
That's a real estate lawyer in the back. That's not his regular lawyer.
yeah,
That's just like
that
his,
it's just
like,
a real estate
go-to
lawyer, not a criminal lawyer.
Just maybe somebody that he like called to like have him there. I knew that guy didn't look like
Yeah.
the guy he has right now. So it's
Oh,
probably
they
just
said
like
he's
his-
addicted to opioids. That's why. So he's probably like.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're on opioids, like your mucus and sinuses dry up. When you're not on them, you're like really. You know, you
He's
have
got
sneezes
something.
in your coughing, you're
Yeah.
congested, you got snot, your eyes are watering. It's
yeah.
He's a real estate lawyer, not the
I hear you,
criminal
Deets.
lawyer.
I still think that, you know, he could be helping him out here and don't tell him to shut up a little bit.
About codes. Oh, you think the codes? Yeah.
I'm telling you, when you watch it, he's leaning back and he's not even looking at his phone, and he has it in his own pocket. So I want to know how he freaking saw it. It just that's almost
all right.
Yeah.
Chronicles of the Shade said I am a she. All right, babe. At least you're a
Figure that
she.
out.
Got that right.
I thought you were. I felt like Chronicles. It seemed like she was she. Yeah.
Okay, Deep
Yeah,
said Nick, he's a real estate lawyer, not a criminal one though, so I don't know about codes.
He probably has him on like speed dial for, you know.
Yeah, that's what I was just talking about.
She said I would typically agree with you because Murdoch is shady as fuck, but I just don't think that was a code.
Yeah.
You watch it.
You're close call.
Yeah. Let me know what you guys think tomorrow. Trust me.
She's saying he does some fuck shit, but I don't think that was code.
Yeah, he is shady for sure.
Can I help you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. There you go.
Anybody else
Handful
want
of
some
Tic Tacs later.
You don't have any water, do you, Danny? That's all right. I don't need it.
If you behind Danny's head is a case of water.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I got some right here.
Oh, well, thank you.
Listen, this is the part where he doesn't want to give them the water. He'll take the water, but he
Thank you,
doesn't
ma'am.
leave it.
I'm sure we're going to have much more questions.
I'm available at, you let me know.
What's another number in case I can't get you on your cell?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay.
An office number. I can give you my brother's cell phones.
All right. What's Randy's?
Okay, Randy's is 803-943-8881.
And John's?
John Marvin's is 843-321-5508.
And you said your dad's in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Which hospital? Charleston or
Savannah, Candler, St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay, or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. He's doing okay given everything, but he's got a lot going on.
What does that mean?
Somerville.
I know. I hate when people use like 3.
Have you been in touch with them tonight?
Contacted, yes. I have my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, and the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person, and they are going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville?
Yes. And her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
And that could be why he said to charge your phone, Nick.
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's right. You said it. What's his name?
Buster. Well, Richard Alexander Jr.
Okay. He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Okay. Laura, you got anything?
This one's hard, but when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
Just like he is.
Just like he is. So you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
Okay, so it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well in the evening?
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
The way he turns his head too, it's just not natural. It's like he's trying to look for it.
I tried to turn him, and then I checked him, and I think I already knew, but I checked him.
And when you first pulled into the property, did you come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come in?
I went to the house.
Okay.
And then I came from the house
This way.
straight here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle was parked is probably
is where it was. Okay.
Well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close because I came back the same route.
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
When I came back.
All right. I can't think of anything else right now, but we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
Yes, sir. So, just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Yes, Donna, exactly.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out. Well, I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. I'm sorry.
Buster, in here. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, it's Ultimate Con Artist.
We'll get you another one.
Sorry.
I'll get you one.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh God, just
So the coroner will come over and talk to you. They'll do the autopsy and everything, and then go from there.
Thank you.
But we'll come to you before we leave.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Rutland.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Here, you want this water?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Yep.
so thankful, right?
You see him? You want this water? He gave it back to him. I'm so surprised. He gives the water back to him. You would think he wanted to keep that for maybe something. I don't know. From everything is prior, it just seems like the ultimate con artist.
Yeah, this goes so deep. There's so much
Well,
to this case.
There is a lot to this, but let me tell you something else. If he stole as much money from millions of dollars from these families and these people,
He did. There's like 100, almost 100 charges against him.
I would not put it past one of the people he took from, especially if it was hundreds and thousands, millions of dollars, to walk up there and pop both of them. Because I'll tell you now,
never thought
fuck
that.
with kids or somebody's money, you might as well shit.
Yes, ma'am.
And then he blamed it on like somebody from like that like had something out for Paul because of the accident.
I highly doubt Murdoch was going to do that. No, stealing from motherfuckers and stealing that kind of money from people will put you. I'll tell you what, will put because that could have somebody could have lost everything. You fuck with somebody who has nothing to lose, or take someone who loses everything.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, this is like a very powerful family too in that low country. Like goes back like a couple generations.
No, you're right, Cappy. It is Murdoch. Queen was talking about because he scammed a bunch of people for millions of dollars. Somebody that he scammed she was saying could have maybe
Yeah, you never know. You never know. But wouldn't they kill him? I mean, there was like an attempt on his life as well, but like it was fake. I don't.
Well, he hired them.
Where was the dog kennel located out on the property? Now, look, we played a video the other day that Dietz did because Betty was down there just spreading all kinds of misinformation like the dumpster she is. So Dietz corrected her on all of her stuff. Would you like me to play that again, Heifer Next Door, so we can update you a little bit, or do you want to watch it on your own? It's called Dietz on the Streets, and she just put a video together correcting Betty's misinformation about it. It's really, it's right behind where Betty was standing. Betty kept saying she was at the house. No, she wasn't. She was down the road at the kennels. So that's right where she was standing. But anyhow, if you want me to play it, I will. And if you want to watch it on your own, I can forward it to you or, email it to you, or you can check it out.
Yeah, it's a really good video.
Yeah, it's got some really good, accurate information in it. Here, I'll just play it real quick.
Yeah, play it. Yeah.
Why did he have dog kennels? Did he have a bunch of dogs in there? Someone in the chat was asking.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like that's what he was saying about his wife. Like really in this video, in this interview, he was like, my wife really loved the dogs, but she was out at the beach house and he like lured. I feel like he lured them back here. Maybe Dietz knows about that.
Now, Ellie, that's a really good thought.
Yeah, there and also like from the house to the kennel, there was some kind of, and that Snapchat is going to be very big. I just have. They said it's a. They even said it's a big part of the. So it could be like Buster, not Buster. Paul's video Snapchat, like, and like he's in the background, and the timing of it would be that he's outside with them, like right before the murders happen. You know.
Meaning that he was there and not at Mama's
Asleep
house,
and or on to ways to his mom's because he said he took a nap and then woke up and like
so this I was gonna say, and this is what the dog kennels look like. It was like this. This is Deet's video here, but you can see the dog kennels here real quick. Right here where this is where she was standing and she trespasses on the property. So
yeah, I say Murdoch because that's he said it's Alec Murdoch. You would think it's Alex Murdoch, but it's Alec Murdoch. So weird. He's such a mystery, this guy.
yeah, and he says it on the when they ask him his name, he says it. Alec Murdoch.
Alec Murdoch. Yeah.
Probably goes by all the different names, if you know what I mean. Alec, Alex, Murdoch.
Yeah. They said a joke, and like Emily Baker, they were like, "Is it Alex?" Everyone was like, "Is it Alex or Alec? Is it Murdoch or Murdoch?" You know, but
Live from an undisclosed location. I honestly did not think we'd be back so soon reporting on Bullhorn Betty. However, she proved me wrong last night. Boy, do we have a doozy of a report for you today. It has everything, loads of misinformation, as well as criminal activity. I'd like to add a disclaimer that even though we are correcting misinformation, that does not mean we support Alec Murdoch. However, we do like the correct information to go out. I also want to send out a special thanks. Since this case is not one that I have followed closely since the beginning, we did receive the help of one of our field reporters in correcting the misinformation here. So thank you, special reporter. Let's get straight into this clip.
Hey guys, so I'm in Low County, South Carolina, right?
That didn't take very long, did it? And sorry, I can't keep speaking in that voice. No, you are not in Low County. I don't know if she said Low County or Lowell County, but either way, you're not in either one of those. Perhaps you meant the Low Country. That's this bottom portion of South Carolina. You are in the Low Country, what is commonly referred to as Low Country. The property that is referred to as the Moselle property is comprised of 6 tracts in Hampton and Colton counties. So I don't know well, I can look and see exactly where you're standing. Hang on. So you were in Colton County.
Behind me is Alec Murdaugh's home here in the country.
I'm curious, Betty, did you just Google Murdoch House, put in the address and go to it? Have you not looked at all the evidence photos that have been released or, I don't know, listened to any podcast on this case? Anything? Anyone would know from just a few minutes into an article, a podcast, anything about this case. You would know that this 1,700-acre farm has a main house and it has dog kennels. And those dog kennels are very important to the case. And that's what you're standing in front of right now.
Right there, right behind me. This is where he murdered his wife and his son, allegedly. He is currently facing charges, multiple charges of fraud, scheming to defraud his clients, scheming to, it's possible that he murdered his own housekeeper that he had for over a couple decades downstairs at another home.
Okay, wow, this is going to take a second. Sorry. Alec Murdoch has been indicted on a lot of charges, like 100, maybe 100 plus, and he has like 12 pending lawsuits against him. Don't hold me to that number because some have been settled and not settled, but a lot. That being said, this is for the double homicide of Paul and Maggie Murdoch. I just want to make sure you're aware of what is happening here. Now, pertaining to Satterfield's death, some information gathered in this investigation led to opening a criminal investigation into Satterfield's death. Alex has not been accused or charged with anything relating to her death. at this time. And I'm not going to lie, I had to listen to that last little sentence from her about 60 times before I got what she was saying. At first, I thought, is she saying that he kept the housekeeper in the downstairs portion of another home? No, she never lived with them. I think what she means is by downstairs is that, you know, she fell down the stairs. That's the only conclusion I can come to from that sentence. And it's not another home. It's just the main home on this property, which she hasn't found yet because she doesn't know where she's at.
This here is the home that he murdered his wife and son.
Well, it's the dog kennels where he was accused of murdering his wife and son. And hopefully he will be found guilty of it, if the evidence proves that.
As you see, here is the home.
I'll show you guys the home.
I am sitting out in front of their country home. If you guys remember, his wife was going to meet him at the hospital, and Alec texted her and said, meet him here first. So she actually texted a friend and said she thought he was up to something. She didn't understand why she needed to meet him out here and then go to the hospital. Now, this is some 30 minutes away from town. So this would be 30 minutes away from, or even longer than that, away from the hospital that they needed to go to. And that's where they were going to actually meet. But something happened. Something happened, and he chose to get her out here, where he ended up killing her. Then his son came, and he murdered him as well. Now, there is a possibility that his son came here first and was executed first, and then his wife.
This is just some friendly advice from me to you. Watch a documentary on this. Maybe even talk to some of the other reporters that are standing outside the courthouse. But this is like a whole thing that's being brought into the trial. The video that has Alec's voice on it. There's a big interaction that happens between Paul and Maggie and Alec and the dogs running around, you know, because Paul sends his friend a Snapchat just a little bit before he dies, because Paul's concerned about his friend's dog that he's taking care of in those dog kennels that you're pointing at. Okay, let's go on.
I'm very sketchy on those details, so I will swap this out when I research this a little bit more related to the timing of death.
I'm so glad to hear you say that you're going to swap out all the inaccurate information in here with accurate information.
We are out here in Low County.
Nope, still not right.
And I'm standing out in front of Alex Murdoch's home.
You're standing in front of the dog kennels on his property. And I should have said this earlier. It's Alec Murdoch. Alec Murdoch. I don't even like to correct people on pronunciation because I jumble up words all the time, so I get it. But you have to be standing next to people who are saying his name over and over.
And it's on a large piece of real estate here. It's very quiet out here. Not a whole lot of traffic, nothing. Now, granted, this is Sunday afternoon, but it's very peaceful, very quiet, very desolate. A perfect place, a perfect opportunity.
Shut up.
No, stop.
So as I cover this case over the next day or two, please stay with me. Follow me on the Bullhorn Betty channel, like, share, and subscribe. Also, if you have any questions, want me to go look at something, let me know in the comments. I will be reading them.
Please don't do that. If you have any questions about this case, I can direct you to a lot of great channels, podcasts, media outlets, lots of resources that can help you with this case. I wouldn't necessarily come to me. I had to spend a lot of time researching the facts on this one.
This is what is behind. Nobody's around. Nobody's around. Now, granted, there is a house right here, very close, but
that's the guest house that goes with the property.
No matter what happens, this is a wooded area. So hearing some gunshots being fired is probably not uncommon out here. You know, this is the country. This is the country. So I'm going to go try to find out where he resides, where the housekeeper lost her life. I don't believe it's here because we heard that she fell down stairs, and this is a single-story home. It looks like it's rustic. It looks like it's country. I'm unsure why he has this. This does not appear to be a property he would want to have with his upscale lifestyle and such. So,
okay, let me show you guys the property and what Betty is looking at here. Okay, so this is the house she can't see. It's set way back off the road. There's a jig jog back to it in the 911 call with the housekeeper. That's why Maggie says that someone will meet them at the gate. That's the gate there so that, you know, the EMTs driving in wouldn't get lost. This over here is where the dog kennels and the guest house and all of that stuff is. And that's where Betty is currently standing.
We're still on the hunt for answers. We're still trying to piece this puzzle together. What happened to Alec Murdoch? I was like, you know, I was kind of, but if you're going to go, I'm going to go.
I've been out here a million times.
Have you? Now,
This chick is not getting ready to trespass onto this property, is she? Not after all that crap she gave Molly Golightly down in Tennessee when she, barely stepped onto the Wells property. She is seriously not about to step on this property.
where did he actually live?
Back there, you go the gated entrance, and you drive straight.
And that's the main house?
Yeah, well, that is the house. You can't see it from the road.
Okay.
That is the house, because you've been staring at a dog kennel and calling it a home.
Okay.
But these metal gates were just put up after the murders.
Gotcha.
Anybody could have driven in any time.
Gotcha. Wow. Well, it's awfully quiet out here. I'm from Florida. What do you know about the area? How's this affected the community?
Walterboro, Carlton County, not that much. Hampton County, which is across the river, nobody will talk about it.
Gotcha.
Notice he didn't say Low County. I know that's petty, but oh well.
41, 47, Low County. Yeah, you're not recording me, I hope.
No, I'm keeping you out.
Okay.
I'm keeping you out. See, I got it going straight, but I've kept you out for purposes.
Yeah, my wife, she would not help me do this.
I just have, I guess, right place at the right time.
Sir, if your wife ever sees that video, I don't think she's going to be happy at all. And yep, she's full on trespassing right now.
Because I remember reading the articles. And
which articles have you read? Did you just skim them?
And the wife apparently texted a friend saying something's not right because they were supposed to go to the hospital too.
That's all baloney.
That's all baloney. What did you hear?
I happened to talk to one of the nurses that took care of the mother. She was on duty Sunday night, 24 hours before the murder. And Alec and Maggie were there in Almeida. When I say Almeida, you know what that means?
No.
Almeida's where the parents live.
Oh, okay.
It's south of Barnesville.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with this
That's
area
where
at
he
all.
drove and spent 15, 20 minutes and then drove back.
Gotcha.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is how Bullhorn Betty gets her verified information. You know, when we hear her screaming with the bullhorn and she's like, we have credible sources and we have fact and evidence and proof. It's just some random guy. I can just about bet you most of the time this is where that information comes from.
And the nurse said, Alec and Maggie were there. She wasn't afraid to be with him. And they even, don't tell anybody.
He says, don't tell me that. And so she, instead of editing it out, she puts it on her YouTube channel. Okay.
They, Randolph, who died 3 days later.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. She's actually on the property, actually committing a crime right now.
While filming it, like Pecan said.
Like trespassing. She's totally
Yeah.
trespassing. Like as we.
I'll follow you. What's the worst that can happen? We get a ticket?
Like, I've known for 30 years.
Nice.
He's known the sheriff for 30
Nice.
years, so he's not getting a ticket.
Well, same.
But you haven't known the sheriff for 30 years. Something
Yeah.
tells me he ain't gonna be trying to save your butt. This property doesn't even belong to the Murdochs anymore. It is under contract, which means it is sold to new owners. From my understanding, they're just trying to figure out the whole money situation because of all of those legal issues. So you are trespassing on somebody else's property. Well, it was somebody else's property the whole time, but it's not even Murdoch's property that you're trespassing on.
This will be your only chance. No, it's kill me if I do this.
Don't worry. I never asked your name. And I'm keeping your face out of it. I just appreciate it.
Her fucking laugh.
Yeah. No.
You're with some guy you don't even know. You just met him. He tells you to stop so he can take a picture of all this. How do you know he's even been on the property before? You don't. What are you doing?
Where were they actually found?
Wait, you don't even know where Paul and Maggie were found? Even I know that. Are you kidding me right now?
These are kennels.
Uh-huh.
See that little white door?
Funky as hell.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, I'll let you take your photo and then I'll go walk. Did they used to have a lot of animals?
Yeah, honey dogs.
Did they
Those
used
are
to
the
have a lot of
kennels.
animals? You seriously know absolutely nothing about this case, do you? Nothing. This is their hunting property. They were found at the dog kennels. These are basic facts. I can't.
Wow. What game do they hunt around here? Deer?
Oh, yeah, the deer, that's mainly doe. Doe's really doe.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm not opening the door.
No.
It's all been replaced.
They hunt
Yeah, but I'm not gonna touch
Floridians.
anything, but I don't mind recording.
I mean, she's
You're
just
trespassing.
ridiculous.
You don't
Oh, no.
mind recording, but you're not touching anything. Your crime is still caught because you're recording.
Yeah. Or just like, look how close she is. They're such jerks.
I hope she gets in trouble for that.
Probably won't.
She's
I mean,
right up against the fucking kennels.
This
and
is
she
right
doesn't-
where
instead of editing it out, she's like, I'd rather, you know what? I'd rather all for the clicks and views, Betty. All for the clicks and views, Betty.
And she can't say she wasn't on the property because it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, and it's under contract right now. It's like in the process of like going to new owners, you know? She's ridiculous. Yeah, you never know. Somebody could have like a gun out there, you know? I mean, even if that guy knows the sheriff, like if there's somebody, the new owners on that property. I mean, I know it's under contract, so it's probably might be empty.
Yeah, she
Still.
did.
I thought that they knew all of the laws and they didn't do anything illegal in what they do, and they research the laws before they go and do what they do, because that was the lecture she gave me right before she stated Don Wells is guilty.
I mean, like, can you film yourself if you're filming yourself in the commission of a crime? But it's like trespassing is like a ticketed crime. It's like it's not like a felony crime. It's like a ticket. You get a ticket usually for it, right?
Well, can she become a habitual trespasser?
Yeah, I think she is one.
Well, fuck, she's left her DNA at the Laundry's house. She's left it at Don's house, Wells' house. She's left it at
damn, she gets around.
Sarah Wandra's outside their house, Idaho 4 outside their house.
Michael Vaughn.
Yep.
Kylan and Crystal Schulte.
Yeah, she's been to all kinds of different crime scenes in people's houses and acting a damn fool. Right.
Guys. I'll see y'all manana.
Scene. Lock her up. What'd you say, honey?
I gotta go. I gotta get some sleep. I'll be up late tomorrow, but I'll probably see you guys during the day.
Have a good night, y'all. Stop back through tomorrow if we want.
I'll see you guys manana, and please watch that the code with the tinfoil hat on. All right. There.
All right.
She does get around.
Look, she said is that why she got so mad at MGL though, was because of the trespassing Molly did in Tennessee?
Trespasses everywhere. Her
yeah.
and Olivia were kind of a little like they were on the border of trespassing in Idaho a lot. I mean,
well, shit, they climbed the damn hill at Don Wells. Remember the fucking where Molly climbed up the hill and shit, like trying to get to the little bike.
and
Probably
like,
not.
Even Olivia was using her like.
It gets deleted. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they delete everything.
Yeah, they do. They like the
deleted
that little girl in the church that got deleted real fucking quick.
If it's deleted, it didn't happen, you know.
Right? Yeah.
So that's it, right there. That's where they found him.
They found Paul.
Hmm?
They found Paul.
Where'd they find the wife?
I'm not joking. I want to know what you've watched on this case, what you've read, listened to. If this is the amount of effort that you put into all of your cases, I'm genuinely concerned.
30 yards away, 100 feet away.
Oh, wow. So Paul was in there, not her.
Her body was out there.
So her body was out there.
So 30 yards.
Yeah, we still have a truck out here.
You have no idea whose truck that is. You think it's a Murdoch truck. It very well could be the new owner's truck. Could be a groundskeeper's truck. Could be a realtor's truck.
No. I appreciate it. Let me just put the camera down to the ground. There we go. This, I mean, it's despite the horribleness, this is kind of neat. Like I'm getting goosebumps out here.
Well, when you come out here at night.
No.
Because it's as black as you can be.
Yeah, I bet. It was kind of scary driving here because I didn't know, once your internet goes down or your GPS goes down, it's really hard to get it.
Cell phone coverage, but it's only one tower.
Gotcha.
That's why they couldn't pinpoint where Alec was.
Gotcha.
Wow. And I guess you go for this parade and Mallory Beach Parade.
Where's Mallory Beach buried at?
6 or 7 miles from here in Sandy Run Cemetery.
Sandy Run Cemetery.
Just up the road in Green Cemetery.
Please, I'm begging you to leave that sweet girl's gravesite alone. Leave her out of this. Her family has been through enough. They do not need these shenanigans.
For Stephen Case.
Gotcha.
Mallory Beach, they're talking
You're a
about.
rebel.
Thank you. Here, let me shake. I'm going to throw something else out there for you guys. With all this stuff we've heard over the last several years, is it possible? What are your thoughts on this? Whether or not he's a serial killer. God bless each and every one of you. Until next time, be safe.
You just want to label everybody a serial killer, don't you? I truly think that that's all that is for you. You just want everybody to be a serial killer. I can't come to any other conclusion as to why you always throw it out there like that. The reason that I have gone over all this and corrected the misinformation and shown you her trespassing on someone else's property and those sort of things is it's not for Alec. It's not for him at all. In my opinion, I think he is guilty. And I hope that the prosecution is able to prove that. But there are real victims and their families, not just Paul and Maggie's, but other victims as well. And you know they're watching every little thing that they can right now in this trial because they want justice. They want it more than anyone else. They want it more than Bullhorn Betty and Jonathan Lee Riches. They want it more than any of the heavy hitters out there covering this case. They need it. So the very least that we can do is do our due diligence and cover this case and other cases to the best of our ability. Put in the time, put in the work, and put in the effort to make sure that we're putting out accurate information. The victims and their families deserve that. So sorry if it came off a little harsh at times. It just gets to be a little frustrating. But I hope you all have a great day, and I'll see you on the next one.
So that was really good. That was very informative and had a lot of good information, accurate information, and she did it fairly quickly. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's just like so crazy how
Deets,
Bullhorn.
well done. Well
Yeah.
done, Deets. That was
You did a
great. Good
good
job.
Great job.
I know we played it before, but you did a really good job on that. So if you guys are not subscribed to Deets, go make sure you sub up to Deets on the Streets. She does like the short clips like that and puts out good, correct, factual information. So she's a really good channel to follow and watch.
She does want to call everybody a serial killer. I don't know why.
Yes, what is her thing with that?
I know. I mean, this like, come on.
Look,
So
you know what?
crazy.
I want to know what's his name? Peter Trago.
Oh yeah, he was talking about like the discovery documents for Brian Koberger. It was like the
Oh, I can't wait
state's
for those to
response.
drop.
Yeah. It just has
Girl.
like, I know the discovery documents. There's like 995 pages. Like there was a list.
There would be more.
And then there was like a whole bunch of like photos, like 1700 or something. One video. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. So it's like the it was like the state's response to the defense's request for discovery, and it was like what they wanted. The defense wants everything pretty much, you know.
Well, yeah.
But I don't know when that's gonna be released. That discovery, you know.
Well, our favorite lawyer did some Murdoch coverage.
Yeah, he was doing the he does like a little recap every night of what goes on, and then he went over like what we just did, the that interview, because that was like big because they played the audio in court, but it was like I listened to it, but then like seeing it is like so different than just listening to it. Like you could just see, you know, like you couldn't tell what was going on as much like when you're just listening to it. But I think it's going to be really interesting. They say it's going to be like 2 or 3 weeks, and it's interesting. His lawyer is like a senator for South Carolina. I didn't know that. Do you guys know that? Yeah, it's so confusing. There is so many things. Yeah, he's a senator. And it's interesting, he was like Paul Murdoch's, I think that's, attorney. Well, it's like a family attorney, I bet, that he's had for like years and years.
Man, you guys. we've been on here about 4 hours, so we'll probably be getting
Yeah.
off shortly. I know
Yeah,
you
I'm
girls
tired.
getting ready for bed, but you know what? I do want you guys to be checking things out because it's getting pretty bad out there. We'll go look real quick before we get off here. What's going on with
with all the protesting. Yeah, I was looking at
yeah,
the
because there's a
report.
let me see. It's like because I know the square, Times Square was really bad.
Yeah, in New York. That's what I saw. Do you want me to send you? I saw a video from it
Drop it in the
on
back
Twitter.
chat, you
Okay,
know,
yeah.
and
I
you know
saw
what
it
I
a
mean.
couple. Mm-hmm.
It's easier
They
to
showed
pop it
it.
up that way if you guys find
Okay.
anything, you know.
Yeah, let me see it. I was looking at it a couple minutes ago, like a little while ago. Hold on.
I'm guilty of
Yeah,
getting
it's
caught making a bagel.
Oh, you're fine. You're all
It's a
right.
good time for a bagel.
Heck yeah.
Did
we
you
go.
see the stupid roads I drove on today?
No,
They started.
I actually had to be switching my phone over, and I seen you were live. I just popped in to say, hey, just wanted to show some support. You know what I mean? I try to, when I see everybody else is live or other people are live, and say hey, and just, you know what I mean, show support and say hi, let you know I'm there. You know what I mean? Just say hey, give it a like. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate that.
Show
Oh,
support.
here we
Maybe
go.
have a lot of
wow,
time.
here we go.
You know, busy, but I didn't have a lot of
Oh,
time
yeah.
to stay. You know, I try though.
Here, I'm
Sometimes
putting
I
it
try
back.
to be.
Those roads, they
Oh, is
started
it?
out great. And then, holy crap, they
You
turned
got a lot of
to
snow or what?
snowpack. Oh, yeah,
It's gonna get
snowpack
crazy in New
ice.
York City.
Like, it was the snowflakes were the size of your hand. I mean, it was ridiculous the way that was.
Sorry, I didn't even realize that shit was so fucking loud.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
getting bad there.
your roads are probably, well, you know, you guys have really bad weather. I mean, your weather, I
It
don't know
can
how the
be.
hell you do. You said you've lived there for a long time, right? So you're
I was
you're
born and
used to
raised.
the weather.
I
I'm
was
from New
born and
York. I
raised
live in
here.
LA, but I'm from there. Yeah, the weather is cold. I went to school upstate New York. It was freaking freezing up there. Oh
I was
my
born
God.
and raised here, and then I left for 20 years, and then I'm back now. So
I love New
Okay,
York.
I'm gonna mute and put this on. This is what, Times Square right now?
Yeah. I got
yeah,
another one too.
Okay, I'm gonna mute and turn this on real quick, you guys. Here, trigger warning. This is
I
going
think
on right
or
now.
in New York somewhere. I don't know if it's Times Square, but like in New York, probably around there.
Right here.
what the hell is that guy burning? It's from just a few minutes ago, NorCal. It is
They were
Times
They were
Square.
going from Times Square to Union Square. It says like online that they started at Times Square and they walked to Union. Oh wait, no, they marched from Union Square to Times Square. Sorry.
What's up, NorCal?
Hi, you guys.
Sorry, baby, I had to turn that down for a sec. This is crazy as hell.
Oh
Yeah, it's
no.
pretty bad.
Where? So
Oh,
is this?
what's
It's
going on
everywhere.
right now? Yeah, as I say,
New
this is
York.
what's going on right now. Like, this is all going on right now. I did protest. This is what's going on. And they said the highways are blocked. Pediatricians, the highways are blocked, and the pediatricians and doctors can't get to the hospitals to get to work.
So I've been on all this, and I'm just horrified. Horrified.
You just watched it just now?
Yeah, I've just been at work all day, and I didn't even watch the news. I didn't know what was going on. I'm just now catching up on everything, and I'm just
baby.
freaking heartbroken right now.
Oh, it's awful. It's awful.
My God. I hope these God, I hope more people don't get hurt, but I mean, you got to get out there and this
Yeah, I
can't
can't.
keep
They've
happening.
arrested
This
5.
cannot keep happening. Like this cannot keep. This is not. I'm just.
No, and it was
I'm
awful. Oh man, it was. They beat him so bad. It like I just with the pepper spray and the baton and kicking him and punching down on him and then pulling him back up and beating him down again and
Yeah.
oh my God,
I was only able to watch like 20 seconds and I had to turn it off. I couldn't even watch the whole thing. I'm just completely heartbroken.
Let me tell you that, and he was 3 houses away from his mom, and him screaming out for his mom. Oh my fucking! I broke my soul.
God. Oh my God! Oh my God!
That poor baby, man. Then I mean, I know he's a grown ass man, but damn, they didn't have to do him like that.
No, 29 years old, you're still a baby. That's not fair.
Yeah, he had so much life to live, man, and they were raging out.
Yeah, from what just the 20 seconds that I was able to watch, I was like, I'm still shaking, and I watched it like 20 minutes ago, and I'm just like trembling.
Yeah.
So I guess it's going down around my neck of the woods. I'm going to watch my local news and see what's going on, but I might be out there myself tomorrow. I don't know. This is crazy. I'm sorry. I don't mean to come up here so emotional. I'm just like catching up and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. It's like shocking. Yeah. And this is just all the aftermath of oh my God, there's people like streaming this video. Yeah, there's a lot. There's people like have to vent. Like that's what like people were saying. B-Tim was saying that before. Like it's people at least.
I know. Thank God. I feel like we have like such a safe place here that I feel like I can come here and be myself. And
yeah, this is really bad in New York. Though people are trying to get arrested.
Oh yeah, it's gonna get bad up here in NorCal too. It's gonna get real
Los
bad.
Angeles too. I was just looking at Los Angeles and it looked like there was like stuff going on like downtown. Yeah, San Francisco.
What's up, baby?
Crazy.
What's
not a lot.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it was you up here. Yeah, things are getting crazy right now. This is all around right now. These are the different places that their riots are going on and protesters.
Yeah, NorCal, you sound like us about 4 hours ago.
I'm so sorry. I'm
No, do not be sorry. It's horrific to watch.
Don't
Oh, you can't be
apologize.
sorry at all. Gosh.
If you go out there, I would like for you to be very safe, please.
Oh, I
Yeah.
will. I will. But you know, you got to
Maybe-
stand up. You got to be loud. Like this shit cannot be keep fucking happening.
It's worse this time, I know.
Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
It's all, I was gonna say, it's all over. It's sad. It's sad, man.
Yes, NorCal, if you decide to go, please make sure that you have yourself on camera or you're filming what is going on from the moment you get out of your car till the moment you get back in. Please also think ahead and try to bring battery packs with you. A backpack of everything that you could possibly need.
Definitely.
And just be safe.
Definitely batteries so you don't get stuck somewhere.
The other thing I would also recommend is if you can pack a little thing of like milk or sour cream, because should they pepper spray you, you need to get that milk on your eyes right away.
I've been pepper sprayed a couple times. I know that feeling. Yeah, I'm feeling very reactive right now. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I know that I feel like I need to do something.
Girl, I was ready to go burn a place down myself earlier, so.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I can hear you, baby.
No, that's the thing. It's like I get that people don't like destruction and violence and shit like that when it's, you know, the outcome of the aftermath and stuff. It's like until like peaceful protests are paid attention to, that's what's going to happen. Nobody cares about Kaepernick kneeling unless except for being offended for personal reasons. You know what I mean? Like the government doesn't care.
Yeah.
They're not going to do anything about it because somebody's peacefully speaking their mind. And it sucks. It feels like there has to be fucking destruction to like bully the government into changing things so people don't get fucking killed. Like that's fucking ridiculous. And and I was like, I saw the footage earlier, but I saw it with audio just a couple minutes ago, like NorCal did, and it's just so much worse. It like hearing the cops say, "I hope they fucking stop him" and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
After they're tossing around his defenseless body like that, they were so happy about it. I mean, this is like Rodney King on steroids.
It is.
Like
It's worse.
this is the worst I've ever seen, ever.
Yeah, this is I mean,
I've never seen them hold somebody up.
And yeah.
And pepper spray and tase and punch and kick and baton. And it's like, fuck, dude. Like, it's amazing. They thought they were going to get away with this. You could tell.
It's fucking crazy.
It's amazing that they thought that.
You want to know what else they got away with after that shit?
What?
I'm just saying in general to see that they.
Oh.
You know, it makes you wonder what else they have gotten away with.
Yeah.
So are all of these cops locked up right now or what?
They're out on bond.
They're out on fucking bond.
4 of the 5 are out on bond.
I don't know. Somebody posted in chat earlier that the 5th one bonded out tonight.
What the? How do you even get bond for that?
I don't know.
What
I
kind
don't
of law? This is in Memphis, Tennessee. Like, what kind of fucking laws let you bond out for murder? Cold-blooded fucking murder.
And I was on my best behavior earlier because, like, you guys know, I'm like middle fingers in the air. Let's blast
Yeah,
some NWA and let's take care of business.
I
Like,
know.
I'm about that life and I don't give a fuck. But
See, I'm not.
I'm trying to be respectful of people in the chat, dude. Like,
and
because
I'm back to blue. I have so many police officers and soldiers in my bloodline, in my family that are active duty right now. Like, I am 100% back the blue, back the uniform, but this is fucked up. I
have a hard time though, like, because I have officers in my family too, and I know that there's good cops out there, but I'm talking like there has to be a good majority of them that are total shitbags. If 5 or 6 or 7 can get together and do this, you know, I just have a really rough time with it. And of course, my experience with law enforcement, I was a troublemaker, but I've been manhandled more than fucking once.
I think
You
it also
know,
has a lot to do with good ones staying silent. It has a lot to do with that. And if you're going to stay silent, does that really mean you're good? I don't know.
Well, and it's kind of like a brainwashing kind of brotherhood thing. Like, okay, just look the other way because you don't want to be next and you don't want to be targeted. And I noticed that there has been change in that way. We are seeing that more of cops telling on each other, and that like brings joy to my heart and soul. You know, that seeing judges be held accountable and city officials, and you
Yes.
know, and I remember during the George Floyd riots and protests that there was a couple cops on video, like checking other cops, like, hey, quit your bullshit. Let them do that. Like, you know, let them do their thing because this is, you know what I mean? Like, I don't fucking know, dude. It's just too
Oh my
much.
God, they're headed up the highway.
Which one?
Where they're in Tennessee, aren't they? Is that Tennessee footage?
It was
That's
switching
Memphis.
between 2 different places.
Because I heard my highway's closed down right now too.
I don't know. Like, I was looking at stats just the other night. 63 people died in the LA riots in a week's period of time in one city, and only 19 died in a couple weeks across the United States. So it's much more of a controlled environment, these things. But it's fuck, I don't know. It sucks. Maybe they should listen to peaceful protests. Maybe this shit wouldn't happen. Maybe they should pay attention. Yeah, I couldn't believe that shit, man. It was horrible.
Yep, shit's popping off. Okay.
Well, I'm not okay with the guy standing on the police car bashing in that because you don't.
I am. I don't give a fuck.
Well, I'm not, because that doesn't solve anything.
No, it does
And that's
though.
specifically
Voices.
those.
You know why? Because, like I said, like some peaceful shit's not gonna do a fucking thing. It's not gonna do anything.
His family, though, called for.
Of course they did.
If
They
they
always
did this.
do.
because they don't want any more pain along with their kids' death, but their
I
kid's
would
not
like
the
to
only person
remind
in the
y'all that
world.
legally the family has to, or they can get charged with inciting, like one of the other
Sure. Yeah, they can get in charge with inciting violence.
Plus, it's like it sucks that I don't know.
I think it better for them to attack a fucking police car than building businesses and people around them.
Yes.
And, you know, like, take it out on a fucking cop car.
But that's where it starts. They start with damaging the cop cars,
Oh yeah, well,
and
it's
then they
already
move on to
started. It's
damaging
riot
the buildings.
at this point. It's
Let's
already
listen to
started
this
with
lady.
riot
She said she
mentality.
was shot in her. Listen, this lady said she was shot in her back. What? Listen.
I was shot in my back by the police. My brother was shot in his back by the police. Paralyzed for 50 years, couldn't do nothing. I still got 3 bullets in me today where I was shot. I was shot when Martin Luther King was killed. We who are on the streets had no voice. We had nobody to go to and to speak to, or the media would hear us. So we took to the streets. That's why I was shot. That's the day I was shot, when Martin Luther King was killed and assassinated. I and my friends, we went to the streets to show our response to it, that you killed our leader. And we responded. And that day I was shot in my back by the police for running from the police.
Did anything happen to the police officer who shot?
Not a thing. Not a thing. Then I kept running. Wind up in the hospital staying almost a week, maybe 2 weeks. Thought I was gonna die. When my father looked at me, he said, "Tyrone, I don't think you're gonna." He didn't think that I was gonna make it. But I went on to make it, to help to create one of the most strongest organizations in the District of Columbia now.
Yeah, what's that?
The Alliance of Concerned Men. So this is the reasons as to why I'm here. Very little has changed. Very little has changed in the contents of that, because Black lives do not matter. People of color lives do not matter.
I don't know, man.
There's a fine line with all of this, man. And I hate violence. Like, I don't want to see it anywhere. I wish the riots, like, or the protests would get attention, but they haven't, and this shit's still happening. So it's like, what the fuck is next, you know? And I don't believe in burning down small businesses and attacking your neighborhoods and your community and all that, but you also cannot just sit down and be quiet and not fucking say anything.
Does
At the
anybody
same time, you can't.
Does any of you know about it was something about the George Floyd Policing Act that Biden's going to try to rush through Congress? Do y'all know about that at all?
No, I haven't heard about that. No.
I think it's about safety and policing. I don't remember. I have read so much today. My fucking brain hurts. Like, literally, my brain hurts. And I can't even count how many times I've cried this evening. So it just is what it is. But
Well, I think with that, I've hit my fill of all of this. This is absolutely awful. And I'm very grateful I don't live in a great big city tonight.
I bet you are.
Because people wouldn't. I mean, we've had officer-involved shootings even in these little small towns that I live in. But even with that, I mean, hell, we had one maybe 6-8 months ago. But even with that, you didn't see riots. I'm not okay with what they're doing. I'm okay with marching down the street, but I'm not okay with blocking roadways. I'm not okay with damaging. I mean, because all that's going to do is lead to more breakdown and more violence and more cops killing more people that are exerting their First Amendment right to be out in the street and doing what they're doing. And I'm not okay with that. So
I don't think it's good either, voices. I think that I understand where
from, and I understand the sentiments and thoughts behind it. But, and call me what you will, but in today's economy, it's very hard for businesses to recover. And
I
so
agree.
it's
Oh, it's so
devastating.
hard.
It's devastating to watch because so many businesses, especially small ones, got lost, you know, because of the lockdowns and stuff. And now in the new economy, the ones that barely squeaked through COVID are getting shut down. And it's just devastating to think about and watch. It just, because there's a family or somebody attached to most of them, right? And it's
Yes, ma'am.
it's sad. I get it. I see both sides of the coin and it just makes me sick.
Yep, I'm in agreement.
Yeah.
NorCal, whatever you choose to do tomorrow, please be safe and
Well,
know that I'm sending my.
I have obligations tomorrow. I have some
Okay.
serious stuff I have to do tomorrow. But I don't know. Whatever I do, I'll make sure Queen and Cap have my location and they know what's going on and everything, you know. So
Well, I'm sending my extra angels your way if you decide to do something, okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
Queen, thank you for.
I'm gonna go, and I love y'all, and
you. It'll be okay.
I pray for everybody's hearts, and especially his mama's heart, and I hope everybody, you know, I hope there's no more victims, but I mean,
I feel like people will get hurt.
People are gonna get hurt. People
I
are pissed
agree.
off. All right, I love y'all. Love you, Queen. Love you, Cap.
Love you, NorCal. Be
Love
safe,
you, that
baby.
girl. Good night, voices. Good night, you guys.
Good night, NorCal. Be safe.
Good night, baby.
This shit right here is how Kyle Rittenhouse ended up in jail, if y'all remember.
Correct.
You know, there's lots of things that spin off of this. Everybody is entitled to feel how they feel, I think, as long as we're not contributing to somebody else being hurt. I feel like feelings are valid no matter what they are normally.
Sorry, I had to go in the store.
No, you're okay.
You're okay, Cap.
I left y'all in the car and attended.
I was just doing my
Oh
usual
my goodness.
Mrs. Rogers. Everybody's feelings are valid because they fucking are. And
If I would have known that we were left unattended in the car, we would have stole it.
You went joyriding?
Bitch, I would have driven it till the wheels fell off.
All the cops are
Jesus.
busy.
Well, you wouldn't have gotten very far.
Oh, I can stop.
The wheels would have fell off.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, Lord.
I just
Chuppy's out getting a Red Bull and some mace so she can go jump in the riots.
I'm about to.
She's not getting Red Bull and mace, huh? That would be.
I already got my Red Bull. I was just getting some A&Ws because I broke my fucking soda diet.
Girl, I've
and some sunflower seeds.
Week. Sunflower seeds are a good anxiety food.
They are. I like sunflower seeds. And they're already shelled, too.
Yeah, I just encourage everybody to make sure that you choose kindness. And I know that sounds so cliche, but I fucking mean it. Be nice. Like, fucking be nice. Smile at somebody. Like, open a door for somebody. Quit being dicks. Everybody is, like, more closed off and scared and dickish these days. And what we need to do is try to, like, be kind and closer to each other.
And try to be mindful, like, of people that are breaking and burning shit right now. Because, listen, I'm positive that there's some out there that are there just for trouble because they like to break shit.
Oh, they always.
But there's a good majority of people that are in pain.
Mm-hmm. And they don't know what to do.
And Michelle, we're not deflecting off of a situation in an unrelated city. We did show what was going on in Memphis. Many of us watched what transpired. we don't feel comfortable after watching it. We don't feel comfortable airing it.
That was a
here.
request, actually. What got pulled up, I do believe, was requested.
What are
So
we deflecting off of? I can't see your comment.
I think that people are maybe, or she's maybe insinuating that showing what's happening in other cities doesn't have anything to do with Memphis, but it's a direct result of Memphis. So I would have to disagree.
Yeah. For sure.
Do come out late at night, troublemakers do. And you know, y'all are
No,
kind of
I've been seeing.
Well,
I've been seeing.
considering we've been on here for 4 hours and looks like 40 minutes, and you just entered the chat just now. I don't even know how long you've been listening, but I'm gonna say you probably should go back and listen to the rest of the live and watch before you throw things out like that. Speaking of, I'm gonna be getting off here because I'm tired as hell, you guys, and it's been a long ass day, and we've had a long conversation, and this has been like super rough. You know what I mean? Like it's been super heavy. So
yes.
with that said, I love you ladies, and I am gonna
Love
get
you
off.
too, bitch.
Thank you
Get
for
stuff
all,
out
as
and
always.
say a prayer for all these guys. Man, I'm my heart's heavy for Tyree's mama. You know what I mean? Look, she's got to deal
Yes,
with all
ma'am.
this. Just my heart hurts for her and her family. His family, his baby,
There's not enough issues in the world for this, man.
Yeah. That's in
Everybody
LA. It's
stay
not good.
safe. Yeah,
There's a
thank you
lot
for
of places that are not good. So
definitely thank you for hosting, and you guys be safe, especially you, Cappy. I'll talk to you ladies soon. Love you guys.
I will. All right, bye, y'all.
love you, babe. Love you guys. Love you
Love
also,
you.
baby. And bye, everybody. Thanks for hanging at the Hive. I appreciate you. And we had good conversation tonight, and I appreciate everybody, getting along. And even though we not share the same, ideas and beliefs and stuff, we can all still have good conversation. I appreciate that. So have a good night, y'all, and we'll talk tomorrow. Hug your loved ones. Get some rest.
I've been on my own for 3 weeks now. I've been drinking every single bottle, Jim Beam down. You say I'm crazy, but I think you're just mad. You say I'm wild, what's so bad about that? Baby, we were good, like white wine going down. But only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's love in that bottle that I'm drinking down, drowning a heartache since you walked out. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Even the preacher, he says he can't help me. I've been singing praise the Lord, hallelujah, but it don't set me free. You say I'm crazy, but I think you're just mad. You say I'm wild, but what's so bad about that? I've been seeing old lovers, but they can't keep the memories out. Oh, only the whiskey can save me now. whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Oh, I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's love in that bottle that I'm drinking down, drowning a heartache since you walked out. Only the whiskey can save me now.